Ryan, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Awesome.
Hey, everybody.
Wait, could you really hear me?
Not till now.
Okay. Because Todd spoke and it sounded like he said he could hear me, and I'm like, oh dear. Not again.
Well, as we're about to start, just welcome to our audience. This is the Charlottesville City Council special meeting at 10 o'clock. At 11 o'clock, there will be another meeting focused on the strategic plan. So if you're tuning in now for that, that starts at 11. First part of this meeting will be focused on CARES Act funding. And you can download the agendas for both meetings at charlottesville.gov/agenda. We will take public comment during both meetings. And we should be getting started shortly.
The mayor's having some technical issues, so we're just working through that right now.
Hello, Mayor Walker. Can you hear us?
I can, but I had to try another device. Could you send it to my Gmail so I can call
Sure.
or log in from the other computer too?
Yes.
And while you do that, I can call. Is everyone on? Because I can't see if everyone's here. But
Yes.
okay.
Everyone's on.
All right. So I'll call this meeting to order. Ms. Thomas, would you do roll call, please?
Mr. Payne,
Here.
Mr. Snook,
Here.
Ms. Walker,
Here.
Ms. McGill,
Here.
Ms. Hill,
Here.
And for this portion, I'll turn it over to Mr. Blair.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. Good morning, Mayor Walker and councilors. We're in for a whole day together just about. So we'll start off the festivities with some CARES Act funding appropriation materials. As you know, in June, the council received its first allocation of CARES funding from Governor Northam, which was part of a federal bill, and that totaled approximately $4.1 million. Governor Northam allocated these funds to localities based on population. The council and city have received a second round of funding that also totals $4.1 million, and it was allocated to Charlottesville again based on population. Before you have a proposed appropriation, and I wanted to go over a few things about that. First being that the criteria of how these funds can be used, they could not have. First, they have to be directly related to the city's response to COVID-19. The expenses have to have been incurred between March 1st of 2020 and December 31st of 2020. I want to go back. These expenses could not have been part of the fiscal year budget for 2020. I think I said 2019 first. Additionally, none of these funds can be used to supplant revenue or a revenue shortfall. These funds can only be used for expenses related to COVID-19. And finally, just wanted to point out that in the appropriation language, you will see something that these funds can be carried over to the next fiscal year. And you might ask yourself why, and I spoke with Mr. Cullinan. The reason for that is, quite frankly, there's current federal legislation from both of the political parties concerning additional rounds of CARES funding. One version of that bill stated that the funding did not have to be spent until a date in 2021. It's conceivable that if the federal government passes additional CARES funding legislation, that it may extend the deadline and go past June 30th of 2021 for CARES Act expenditures. Therefore, that language in the appropriation about being carried over to the next fiscal year, it's prudent. Obviously, right now, we're at a December 31st, 2020 deadline, but it's not a bad idea to keep that language in case the federal government passes legislation that would extend the deadline for expenditures past June 30th of 2021. With that, I want to turn this over to Mr. Cullinan to go through the specific aspects of the appropriation before you and to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Blair. Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council. As Mr. Blair mentioned, the total amount of the second round of CARES funding is $4,123,776, which is the same amount that was received earlier this summer. Our approach to this second allocation of funds was somewhat similar to the first. Obviously, the uses of the funds are the same as the first time around, but the way that this appropriation is constructed and the way that we solicited input from staff, reviewed previous requests in the table in the appropriation around business support, community support, employee support, operational modifications, and technology. And for the second allocation, in terms of soliciting input from departments and staff leads on these various categories, one obvious starting point was the first round of requests, which exceeded the available funds by about $2.5 million. And so we certainly went back and looked at what was not funded in the first go around and subsequently refined some of those numbers a bit now that we've had a few more months of experience with COVID and some of the types of things that were being explored. And so some of those unfunded requests from round one are in round two. In the case of, for example, business support, the amount of funds from the first allocation were used up and then some. There was quite a lot of demand for additional funds from the first go around, and so those funds were put back in as well. And then finally, departments were asked to weigh in with any additional requests that they might have towards use of the second round of funding as allowed by the CARES Act. And so in that table, and I should back up and say similar to the first round, the second round requests for funds exceeded the amount available by $1 to $1.5 million. And so what you see in that table around these categories are some descriptions of some of the specific requests. I'm not necessarily going to go through each one in great detail. The staff leads and some of the departments who made some of those requests are available with us this morning should you have a specific question. Very similar to the first allocation as well, we did set aside a contingency reserve fund for possible unknown expenses or cost overruns in some of the areas. One of the things that we are experiencing is that for some very specialized items, there's quite a bit of demand for them. And so things are, in some cases, a little more expensive than we thought they were. There are also some supply chain challenges as well. And so that reserve is intended to address those or address needs that are unknown today, or just things that evolve with additional guidance from, say, the CDC or the Virginia Department of Health, those sorts of entities. And so, again, we do have some money set aside for a reserve. One thing I will also comment on is this is scheduled to come to you for a public hearing and a second reading. Your meeting October 5th. And so that will be on your agenda at that time as well. And so with that, I will stop, see if you have any questions. Like I said, several of the staff leads who are sort of the subject matter experts in these areas and have been on leading many of the city's efforts related to COVID, both in the community, in the business community, internally with our facilities, employees, and technology are available on the call should you have any questions. And with that, I'll conclude my portion of the presentation.
So I have a few questions. My first question is the employee support category. What was the amount of funding that was remaining from the previous allocation?
So in the previous allocation, we had set aside $400,000. As of right now, that $400,000 still remains, but the city is actually, as of I believe tomorrow, making a payment to its employees, hazard pay for public safety personnel to be funded with this money under the CARES Act, and then a special recognition pay for the other staff members. And so once that pay goes through, it will substantially use a good amount of that $400,000 for that payment, that hazard pay to CPD, CFD, and the sheriff's office.
So my question this time is, we had other departments like, Public Works, Parks, Human Services. We had other staff members that also had duties that they could not fulfill at home. And before, what we were told is that, particularly for the CARES funding, that it could only be used for CPD, CFD, and the sheriff office, but this time DSS is there. So what changed there?
Under the CARES Act, hazard pay is allowed for public safety, public health, human services, social services. Initially, I think when we were putting the first round of appropriation together, I think it was a lot of the emphasis was on the public safety aspect of it. But again, upon further guidance from the Treasury Department, those categories of employees are eligible for the hazard pay designation under the CARES Act.
And social services is the only other department?
Human services, possibly. I would honestly need to do a little more in-depth look at that. But as what's going to occur tomorrow with the special pay, all employees are receiving some form of payment. The source of those funds is going to vary. Some will be CARES fund eligible, some will be paid for through whatever their home fund is, be it general fund, utilities, et cetera.
Well, that's my concern, because if I thought that there was about $100,000 or so left from the previous allocation, and if that's the case, my next question would be, are the other staff members receiving the top tier, which I think we could have done a little bit better with that too. And if they're not receiving the top tier, how do we reallocate those funds for this round? And then for the second round of funding, why did we reduce the amount in that category?
In terms of the specifics of how the pay was structured, I would have to defer to either Ms. Vineyard or someone from the city manager's office in terms of how those tiers were arrived at.
So the tiers were arrived based on what Albemarle County did for their employees. The $12.50 stat was basically what their first responders received. So we felt, since the focus had been on the first responders, they would take that category, the $12.50. Everybody else would fall into the categories under that. The reduction in the amount between the first round and the second round, the first round was strictly a guess. We didn't know what the cost was going to be. And so the second round is based on actually the pay period, the special pay that's going out tomorrow.
So I don't know how other counselors feel about supporting that, but I think since if we're talking about employees working from March until now, and if there's something more that we can do within the allocation that's allotted, the allocated amount of the CARES Act funding and the amount that council allotted, then we need to max that to show appreciation would be my vote for that. I don't think we should reduce this amount of funding. I think that we should, again, if it's not going to have, you know, budget implications, and I know we're going to talk about these other categories. And if you divide that amount over the 6-month period, what that equates to, and the fact that if we can include other departments that were not able to stay home, were not protected, as other people, even I have been, able to work from home primarily and have had little interactions with other people in the world, have not had to face those day-to-day exposures. If they can be included in this list, we need to put them there, and we need to make sure that if there's an amount that is higher that we can give them, that we do that.
So who are you talking about as in other employees? Because again, the CARES funding is specific to who you can use to fund. You can't do all employees through the CARES funding.
And I understand that, and that's what we were told the last time, but as I look at this list, DSS is now included. So
DSS is now included though, because we looked further into the CARES requirements, but the time period that we have for the first round, the March 16th through the May 22nd date, as I talked with the directors, their people were not out on the front line. So that's why they were excluded during the first round.
So I don't know how that is possible. The human services team, they have people that have to go out and meet with families. That's similar to, we have a foster care system that families, I'm sure, as other social workers have had to do, they've had to go out to. Khaki, if I'm misspeaking, then correct me, but I don't know in terms of if DSS is included, how the federal government would separate our human services department from that. And I would like to read whatever, Chris, you are referencing so that I could get a better understanding too. But if it appears that we can broaden that to employees who had direct exposures, then I want to talk about some of these shifts, like we lowered the technology budget and we increased, budget. The operational modifications have remained the same and I have some questions around that. And if that can be, if people are safely in the buildings now, then I have questions about what would this additional 1.2 million do? And is that money better spent on people versus these modifications? And I'll let the other counselors chime in.
So I guess I want to try to clarify in my own mind something that Mayor Walker's question or comments brought up. Is the reason why DSS employees are now being included, is that inclusion based upon some new guidance from Washington, or simply on a recognition that DSS employees were having to go out into the field and be exposed in a way that people working from home wouldn't have to be?
It's based on a better understanding on the guidance from U.S. Treasury in terms of those employees whose hazard pay would be eligible to be reimbursed with CARES funds.
Is the definition that you're working from a definition for hazard pay that basically has to do with whether these folks are out in the community?
I would have to get the specific language, but the hazard pay, as it's discussed in the CARES Act, it doesn't prescribe an amount. It doesn't particularly prescribe a specific set of circumstances. It's something fairly straightforward to say people working in a hazardous condition, but I would want to go back and find the specific language as to what it says, but it's not prescriptive in terms of how much it is or what it is. It's fairly plain on its face.
So it sounds like it's more a matter of you all sat there and looked at it and said, you know, we could include this category of employee as well. Is that fair to say?
That's an accurate description, yes.
Okay. Are there other categories of employees that are perhaps close, but you said, nah, I'm not sure we can stretch it that far?
I would say no. I mean, the categories of employees, public safety, public health, human services, and social services, I believe, are the four major categories. So, within those general definitions, I think, I think we have a pretty good understanding of which employees would fall into that vis-a-vis the CARES Fund.
Gotcha. Okay.
And is this a comprehensive list then, based on your assessment?
Of what's recommended in the second allocation?
Yes.
I believe so.
Okay. So when you were thinking of, or you all were thinking of DSS, what did you base that on?
We based it on who was actually out on the front line working at the beginning of the pandemic, which was basically fire, police, sheriff's office. Everyone else was home teleworking. So that's why DSS and Human Services was not included in the first round of the CARES funds.
So my next question, Diane and Khaki, did you all not have staff? I mean, I received calls and I had conversations with Dr. Richardson, especially about your staff, Diane, who didn't feel that they were protected, had the correct PPEs when they had to do in-home work. And I expressed that to him. So, and he was supposed to have that conversation with you all to figure out how to better protect them. So did that not occur?
You're muted, Diane.
While we're waiting for Diane to join, I will just say that I was asked in order to identify who might be eligible for this, the definition I was asked was someone who was in the office 3 days a week. And so that's a different question than somebody who's teleworking but is out delivering food to people who have tested positive in their home. So, or people who have been delivering PPE to the community members, or people who are installing ankle monitors on people who have been released from juvenile detention. So if the definition was people who are in the office 3 days a week, there's only 2 people in my office who have been in the office 3 days a week, but that was the question I was asked to identify whether somebody would be eligible for this, as opposed to whether people were out in the community meeting with families or meeting. While we're waiting for Diane to join, I will just say that I was asked.
Oh, is that echoing? Okay.
Diane, if you can hear me, you might, if you've got that other stream running, you may have to turn that off.
I would certainly think that if DSS is eligible, that our staff at the Human Services Office have been doing similar work in terms of their exposure. Installing ankle monitors on people who have been with.
So Diane, I muted you again. It sounds like we're getting a delayed broadcast. So if you open that stream up I sent you a link to earlier, we need to close that window.
I think she may be accessing it through the city website, which is on a relative to this live stream is on about a 10-second delay, 15-second delay.
Diane, how about now?
Okay.
There you go. We had her briefly.
We lost her.
Diane, can you hear us now?
Yes.
Yep, we can hear you.
All right, great. So I've had people in the office that have to be in the office. Approximately 10 to 15 of our staff have had to be in the office almost every day. I also have our social workers who have continually been going out to respond to calls. Both our APS and our CPS workers and our foster care workers have all had to be out in the field, responding to calls, making monthly visits to children in foster care, making monthly visits to families that are on our family preservation list. So more than half of my staff have either had to be in the office or out in the field continually since March. And they have we've had people that have also been assisting the Department of Human Services with some of their response also, and they have been out in the field with Human Services workers, helping them out in some of the community aid that has been happening from Human Services. So I would say that probably more than 50% of my staff have been working full-time in the office or out of the office or a combination of both.
Thank you.
So what I'm hearing, it sounds like, there's interest in just making sure that as we're categorizing employees that we are being as comprehensive as possible and ensuring that we are getting that additional supports to those folks who are out in the field or following those guidelines, and that includes Human Services and DSS. And so I think it sounds like, sorry, I'm freezing up. Council just would like to make sure that we're exploring as broadly as possible the support for those people who are truly out on the front lines or working outside of their home on a regular basis. And if there's extra dollars, Mayor Walker, from the first round, it sounds like this is a place where you're recommending that we use some of that remaining $100,000 to make sure that we kind of keep that whole and that we're consistent for both rounds of funding. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, I think if we get that information from staff by Monday, so that we can know even what is remaining and what we can do with it. I'm interested also in David has had Marty in my head, or Paul, if you can share, and if Lauren is on here, because I don't know how those departments were excluded either. I've seen them out. I have had those conversations too about that I thought they needed to be, taking better care of each other. I've seen them without mask on. I know that I received calls when there was exposures there, and I had those conversations too. And so I know that there are employees who've been working, and Paul, maybe if you can share the decision behind how they are different than the other employees that have been working during this time, that would be helpful.
Well, I can add, and I'm sure the other directors, they're more than welcome to step in, but we had folks that ran refuse. That was nonstop. I mean, trash has to be collected, right? And in utilities, folks were going into homes and relighting gas appliances, things like that. But again, they didn't fit in the criteria that was established up front. And I think there was a desire to emulate what the county was doing at the time. So that was the basis by which the decision was made.
All right. My next question would be for Chris Engel. Chris, in terms of the past two financial reports, we've asked the questions particularly around sales tax. Do we know which businesses are doing well, which are not? Is this money being used to target the businesses who may not be doing well at this time, or the larger businesses like a Whole Foods that are the ones that are driving the revenue that's coming in? Or and so we've asked that question to try to get a better sense of, and I understand the small business relief, but I also want to know if even within those small businesses, do we know who is being successful during this pandemic, and who do we need to be more, target more, and how are you doing that?
Sure. So a couple of things there. The small business relief grant was limited to businesses of 50 or fewer employees. So that would take out most of your larger operations. We also required a local ownership. So that would take out your Whole Foods in your example, for instance. With regard to the sales
Just
tax.
one quick, I only use Whole Foods to say, are they the ones driving the dollars that are coming in, the revenue that's coming in versus smaller businesses? That was my reason.
Okay, yeah, okay, fair question. And there's limitations on the sales tax information. The Commissioner of Revenue could certainly explain it better than I, but essentially that's collected, sent to the state, and then we get our 1%. That information is not public. So we are not using that information to determine eligibility for any of our grants. The grant application did have a requirement to indicate a loss due to COVID, and we categorized that 75% or more, 50% to 75%, and so on. So that's the determining factor that we used in making our grant selections in the first round. So had nothing to do with sales tax. With regard to what's driving our current sales tax, which has been a little more than perhaps expected even after it was adjusted, people are continuing to eat and shop. So I'm certain that grocery stores are driving that, home goods stores, home improvement stores, things like that, where people are spending time and energy that they're no longer able to do kind of, on entertainment or other things.
I can jump in on this if you guys want to speak to the sales tax piece. There are limitations to what we can use the sales tax information for. The big sales tax report that we get monthly that kind of everybody anticipates, that doesn't have a whole lot of information, about kind of how entities are doing or what they do or anything like that. I mean, I can say grocery stores have done pretty well throughout this, big box stores, like Chris just said. But there are limitations in using sales tax to kind of measure various industries. For one thing, not all industries even pay sales tax. Some industries, service industries, for instance, don't pay sales tax. Some industries pay some, but it's only on a portion of their gross receipts, or it's only on a portion of their business. So there are a lot of limitations on what you can use that sales tax information for, with respect to this kind of effort.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I had a question, Paul, around the operational modifications, and what proportion is that you think is going to be at schools? I'm just kind of curious of the breakout.
So under the current request, there's about $1 million that's allocated towards modifications, technology, primarily HVAC, things related to the nanoseptic button covers on the elevators, things of that nature. So it's about $1 million, just a hair over $1 million.
But that's for schools.
Correct.
Okay. And those are the kind of steps that we took within our own facilities the first round.
Yes, we have additional steps that we want to take in the government facilities, but it's broken out separately. So there's looks like $1,037,000 for schools, and on the government side, it ended up being $459,000.
Oh, between technology and operations. Okay,
Yep. Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
So in terms of what was done to prepare schools to reopen, if they had to reopen in September, and what in terms of the money that the schools receive directly, what are they doing with that funding?
So I can't speak to what the schools did with their CARES appropriation. I mean, that might be something somebody else could answer. I can tell you that we did some filter changes to the MERV 14 filters at the schools, as well as looking at some operational modifications to help them out. But it really hasn't been clear in terms of what their need was. We've actually just kind of teed up what we felt our responsibility would be from a maintenance and facility development perspective with our contract to have those funds prepared and ready to go. I can't, again, speak to where they're at for the reopening of the schools as they sit today. That might be something that either Marty or Dave could speak to. But I do know that we're just actually trying to get in I guess, prepare facilities for a long-term adaptation with COVID.
Yeah, I can certainly add a little bit. I think a lot of the efforts
Can you guys hear him?
I cannot hear Mr. Stillman, I'm sorry. And I was going to say, we own the buildings that the schools are housed in, correct? So this is another reason why it's kind of falling on city council to make the building safe.
So that's partially correct. We own actually two of the facilities are deeded to the city. The other 8 are deeded to the Board of Education.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
So as far as the schools, and I can't speak in great detail to it, but I do know a lot of the efforts by schools so far has been focused on the curriculum aspect of things, getting ready for the virtual learning experience, and a lot of the PPE disposals like masks and things like that. So a lot of their efforts today have been focused more on the curriculum aspect of things and not so much facilities.
So my last question, I guess for clarification would be, if someone can break down the community support, how these requests came in, and what's the amount that's going to each? Is that somewhere that we can look at?
I think there's a sheet with all the detailed requests. Chris, was that part of the?
If Brian allows me to share my screen, I can pull that up here while you discussed it.
Go ahead, Chris.
Is that part of the 54-page document that was sent to us at 10:07 this morning, 7 minutes after the meeting started?
Not from me.
There was one sheet that had like the categories and departments, and then a lovely pie chart. And then there was another document that included, as Chris has put up here, the specific requests providing detail under each one of those categories. So for community support, the first is $25,000 for nutrition support for families to be distributed by Sin Barreras. $144,000 to continue to support an additional group of homeless folks in the hotels, and then also to provide some prepared food for them. They're really exhausting the available food sources in the community right now, and both volunteers and the actual food sources are getting more and more scarce. And so I think they need some actual money to purchase the food for folks who are in the hotels. $20,000 for the residents of West Haven to create a sort of community health peer support network to try to help folks stay safe during the pandemic. 410,000 for sort of basically emergency services, divided between 360 to reinforce the emergency resource hotline through the city for city residents, and 50,000 for a dedicated pool to do similar work for the families identified by school personnel. And I think that's it for community support.
All right, so in terms of the contingency fund dollars that were allocated to the YMCA and the Boys and Girls Club, can you share a little bit about that decision and why those amounts were approved? And I think some of these amounts here should be larger and they're not.
I can just say that they both, those agencies submitted proposals to us to request the use of CARES money to support their expanded day programs, which provides several kinds of supports to families, and also to our schools. It's part of a partnership actually requested by the schools. It provides an opportunity for young people to engage in virtual learning, but not at home, in a supportive environment where they can get some additional tutoring, social support, and also allows for parents to both have a break or go to work and not be Zooming at home with their young people. So there are sort of multiple layers of benefit to families who are struggling with the sort of multiple responsibilities in both of those places. In both situations, they were expanding their capacity to say yes to kids and families. And in the case of the Y, the contribution actually made the participation in their expanded program free for anyone who was eligible to receive free lunch, and then dramatically reduced for 3 other sort of scaled cost tiers that they had. And the amounts that they requested were similar or exactly, I can't be sure if it's exactly, but similar to the amounts that they requested, the Boys and Girls Club at least requested from Albemarle County, and intended to request from other counties where they have programming. So it was consistent with what they had asked for our neighboring municipality. So I submitted that through the prescribed method for getting approval, and can't speak beyond that submission.
And did the city, in terms of safety, I mean, we fought, or at least I was on, advocating for teachers to be able to stay home. And we have taken, I saw the ad for YMCA hiring 70 individuals. So you're hiring low-income individuals, you're primarily essential workers, low-income families, in a setting that we don't know how long that setting is going to be safe. So what conditions or restrictions were placed on the use of those contingency dollars to ensure that, for instance, if it were the schools, the Department of Education could regulate how long they could be in session, notifications for, families of children who were sick. What did the YMCA and Boys and Girls Club put in place, and what did the city ensure that was in place if we were going to support this?
I can't speak to what their protocols are, but I can say that we did not, our contracts so far for these funds have been limited to making sure that they were consistent with what CARES Act will pay for, and that those activities are consistent with what the CARES Act covers, and not necessarily sort of using any additional leverage of the city's funding to ask for additional conditions or requirements beyond that. So that did not happen in either one of those situations.
Okay.
Or for any of the other contracts, at least that have come through the Human Services Department. I don't know if that's an activity that other departments have been engaging in to ask for additional conditions from the folks receiving funding or not.
Okay.
Do we know how many kids are taking advantage of either the Boys and Girls Club or the Y with that, all the money we're spending?
I don't, but that's part of the reporting mechanism that we have in place, that all of the contracts, at least through the community, to the community support group through Human Services, have asked for monthly reports. And so I would anticipate receiving some data from them any minute, and I can certainly reach out and ask for that to pass on.
What was the total amount of requests for community support from that initial round of money? In what amount of those initial requests was unable to be funded from that first round?
For community support, all of the requests I made were funded in full for the first round.
And the Y and the Boys and Girls Clubs are the only ones that we've received subsequent to the first round and before the second round.
And just like last time, we'll just have an opportunity to kind of revisit a status point and then what contingency reserve we still may have, and then hear from you guys on where that might be allocated.
So this
So
is
this additional 625 that's now in front of us.
so this information is included every month in your financial reports as part of the agenda. But certainly, if you'd like us to come back or would request some additional information at any point, we could certainly provide that to you.
I just think it's really about, if there is going to be the 625 or more dollars, just council just having an idea of what's being allocated, what that allocation is going towards. I think that's where some of the confusion was the first round, just kind of knowing where that was going and how much flexibility there was, because obviously you're hearing us kind of emphasize, community support and employee support in terms of our priorities. And so I would just hope that that's reflective. And in the case that you just mentioned, it was supporting more community support initiatives. So.
And I'd just like to add too, that 625 is for council to use if they have some projects in mind that we did not have on the list.
But don't we first need to understand if there might be overages and anything? Is that?
But to start, there's 625,000 in the contingency that you can use now if you have a project in mind or a program in mind.
Yeah, I think for me, I think the 400,000 was in the contingency before, it had already been allocated before we were made aware of where it was going. And based on the fact that I was a strong advocate for teachers to be able to stay home, I would have had a very hard time with supporting an allocation for the lowest income members of our community to be thrust into this pandemic when we've said that it wasn't safe enough to open schools. And I know that's probably a different conversation, different day, but I just want to make sure that I know that we're all trying to do our best and that we're trying to support the community. But I think the message that has been inconsistent to the community is this message of safety and what is possible. And if we are saying we're going to spend $183,000 times 2, then I hope we are going to ensure that kids and their families and even the employees who we know need jobs at this time and will sign on for a program like the YMCA, that there are some safety measures that the school would have to put in place. And so if I knew that these were the type of things that we would fund, I would much rather for kids to be in the classroom where we know that teachers and the school system and the maintenance team has had to make sure that those buildings are safe, that the employees know that they have to answer to not only Dr. Atkins and her team, but the state level, and that just because people have needs at this time and that there have been consistent messages at every level of government, including ours, that we're not just taking chances with people and that we are at least being consistent.
I will reach out to both the Boys and Girls Club and the Y to ask for some details around their protection around PPE and also their protocols for safety while they're doing these extended day programs. I know they're both governed by requirements from the state that will have provided at least some marginal level of guidance, and then I will ask them for additional information and pass that on to you when I get the data on participation that was requested by Mr. Snook.
All right.
I just would like to voice before the contingency fund is spent next time. For me personally, the priority, I am very worried about the state of our emergency fund for people. I'm worried about the amount of, the rent relief, mortgage relief, because as we all know, once someone becomes homeless, it costs exponentially more to help somebody get restabilized. I mean, aside from the trauma and everything else involved, that I really, for me, our two priorities are going to be towards making sure our citizens are able to keep their homes where they're living, as well as making sure that our staff are compensated for the risk as much as we can that they're taking in all areas. And I just wanted to speak up and say that just as that contingency is looked at in the future, that this is very important to me, that those are the two priority areas that we are spending that contingency in.
And Khaki, just a thought. Families are going out during this time, and I know that people need to work. And I was on a call when, at the federal level, they were talking about the fact that people were enjoying unemployment, the additional dollars too much, and that it was preventing people from wanting to work. And so business owners had some challenges there. So that was just not word from word, but that's basically how the conversation went. And if it's possible to be creative with things like this, to where we're giving grants to families because we know that they are going out and sending their kids out because they have to and not because they necessarily need to. If there's a creative way to think about this, where I know that the community have needs, but we're not placing that before the family needs. So if however many families, based on what Lloyd's questions are being served at these programs, of those same families, if you had a program created where it was like, because you may not be able to work or whatever is possible within CARES funding, we can give grants directly to families. If we can do things like that to help keep families stable during this time, not stressed out because they have to figure out how to be essential employees and survive during a pandemic that no one really knows with this wave that's coming, what that looks like. And they still get some of their needs met and they're made able to more comfortably sit at home with their kids, then I don't see how that would be different from giving it to $400,000 to two organizations that we can't necessarily ensure that safety with, and giving families the same opportunities that we're giving teachers in our school system, if we can support them that way, and just being a little bit more creative with what we come up with, and especially at this time because of the pandemic, is something that I would like for us to, consider if it's possible. And if it's not, just let us, just tell us that.
All right, so we'll just kind of have our second discussion of this, I guess, on Monday with our public hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
And we need to open it up to see if there's any community comments related to this part.
Okay.
If you'd like to speak to council, you can click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. If you're on via telephone, you You can press *9 to raise your hand. And Mayor Walker, right now we have two people with their hands raised. First up is Robin Hoffman. Robin, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead. You've got
All
3
right,
minutes.
So thank you very much for having this again. This is like the most crucial thing, that our governor got COVID and his wife, for me, because I know he has all the safeguards at his disposal, and at the same time, I don't hear again about the air quality. So I try to look into some different filtration systems, and I saw that there is price gouging for air purifiers, but I feel like this is a crucial time to, even in stores, supermarkets, everywhere. I look up in the air ducts, and notoriously nobody is cleaning out their air ducts. That's just the way it goes. There's not like this ongoing maintenance, which I feel like if we could look at that and then look at some of the empty buildings, the stores, some of the store people, they could get maybe CARES Act funding for cleaning up their HVAC. I mean, this could be an opportunity to finally upgrade so that we have better systems. I think that once we can get people out of their house and go into more activities in different spaces that are available, because they're vacant, nobody is going to restaurants, nobody's going to strip malls. And JMU has an architectural design for that. How do you retrofit spaces for people to learn, to test, and then also to be able to congregate in small numbers and that sort of thing? I just feel like there's not enough discussion about that in the federal or local. How are we going to, try to fix this with the dollars in the first place? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And City Council is now taking questions on the CARES Act funding. If you've joined us for the strategic planning meeting with Council, that'll be starting in a few minutes. You can click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar if you'd like to address CARES Act funding. Next up is Monica Buckley. Monica, you're on the City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hi, I haven't heard anything about transportation, bus drivers, and if they've been included. I do feel like also another something to consider in terms of allocation would be getting voters to the polls, or allowing. I don't know what, I really don't know a lot about what you're allowed to do in that realm, but voting is really critical, and I do see it as a human right. So I would hope that I don't know if there's something already going on. If there is, I don't know, tell me to stop talking. If there isn't, then I would think that would be something that we could do a little bit of. I know because a lot of the people who usually drive people to polls are not doing it. The cars program is not happening because of COVID. And I feel like that's going to further disenfranchise a lot of the residents in Charlottesville. And that's a big concern for me. Thank you.
I just want to comment on that in response to Ms. Buckley's question, that under technology, we do have some funding allocated to our drop-off ballot box security. So I do get the sense, and maybe staff can weigh in, but that there is an allowance for that realm for us to use these funds for those purposes. And I do think that want to encourage voters to use that ballot box. Anyone who's requested a mail-in ballot can vote and just simply drop off that versus putting it into the mail. And it's monitored with the support of dollars like these 24 hours a day. So I just wanted to follow up with that.
And just to follow up on Councilmember Hill, 2 items. One is the voter registrar's office did receive some operational modification funds from the first round of CARES funds for some plexiglass, some guards on the voting equipment. And then they also received some CARES money as well in a separate appropriation. Similarly, CAT and Jaunt also received separate allocations of CARES money, which you all appropriated, I believe, back in the June timeframe.
Mayor Walker, there are no other hands raised at this time.
Okay. Thank you. So we will, Ms. Robertson, is she here?
He is not.
Okay. So do we need to take a vote now or do we, okay, good. All right, so just my final comments, I would like to see, you know, numbers in just what is possible with the remaining dollars. I don't have my screen up anymore. That was left out of this allocation. I know that IT was one that hadn't spent all the money that had been allocated, and there were some questions of whether they were going to, you know, spend all of those dollars, and if there's any dollars left in any of those other areas. I would like to just for staff to talk to us about how we can move those into the community support, employee support categories. And if there's any dollars that can be moved around this time, especially to get at a minimum the employee support allocation back to where it was. But it sounds like since we have a better understanding of what can be included in those categories and might have an even better understanding by Monday, that if we can even increase that more. And if we can have a conversation with Dr. Atkins' team about what CARES funding is being used for there and what support that is needed, just so we can have a better understanding of what is happening. And if we know with the contingency, if the contingency needs to be less to ensure that we are as stable as possible with this, with the direction that the pandemic is going, and that we know that it will take this fall. I would like to have some of those answers Monday so that I can, you know, vote on these. Counselors, any closing questions, comments?
Just thank you to staff for all the efforts to pull this together, and look forward to Monday's final discussion.
All right, thank you all. And if we could take just a quick 5-minute break, that would be helpful for me. Anybody opposed to longer? Just 5 minutes, okay, we'll do 5. All right, thank you all.
Charlottesville City Council is about to start its strategic planning meeting, which will go from now until about 5 o'clock this afternoon. If you'd like to get the agenda, you can go to charlottesville.gov/agenda and download that material. Information about the city's strategic plan is also available at charlottesville.gov/strategic plan. The community is invited to send us feedback about this work. You can do that by emailing strategicplan@charlottesville.gov. We'll get started in just a few minutes.
Good morning, Dr. Cozart.
Good morning, Counselor Hill, and good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Will we have a full half hour of public comment for this section? You all just let me know how you.
Yeah, we won't know until it'll just be based on who raises their hands once we start.
Very good, thank you.
Sorry if you're waiting on me. They're replacing the roof today.
Okay. Well, thank you all. We call this meeting to order. Ms. Thomas, I guess you have to take roll call again?
Yes. Okay. Mr. Payne,
Here.
Mr. Snook,
Here.
Ms. Walker,
Here.
Ms. McGill,
Here.
Ms. Hill.
Here.
Thank you all for joining us today, and thank you, Dr. Cozart, for agreeing to work with us and help us kind of, get us through this process of for all of us, everyone on board here. This will be our first, strategic plan, and so first, and just trying to figure out what kind of that beginning blueprint for the city moving forward, at least for the next few years, what that looks like. We know that it's going to be a process that we'll figure out. There will be much debate and there will be much input from, the public. And we have created those opportunities for the public to be able to share through an online platform, as well as, during meetings. And as always, to be able to contact us directly via phone and email to share their thoughts. And we look forward to everything that this process becomes. And hopefully we have the guidelines that will lead our staff and next city manager into creating the Charlottesville that we all have in our head as be able to be a reality. And hopefully the principles that we ran and were elected on, that we help create the blueprint to make those things come true. And thank you. And Mr. Willer, now we can open up for the initial public comment. Dr. Kozar, do you have any intro comments before we take our first set of public comments?
I'm just happy to be here with you all. I'm excited about this process and the potential that it holds for the city that I've called home for over 30 years. So happy to be here with you.
Thank you. Mr.
If,
Wood.
yes, if you'd like to speak to council about the strategic plan, you can click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. If you're joining us via telephone, you can press *9. Right now we have 4 people with their hands raised. When you introduce yourself, please tell us your location, where you live, and you'll each have 3 minutes. First up is Peter Krebs. Peter, you're on with City Council.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I think you're in great hands with Dr. Kozart. So this is going to be a good process, and it's a renewal that we go through every couple of years, and now is a especially good time to be doing this, because we're thinking about a lot of things in new ways right now. I'm going to be offering comments on goals number 2 and number 3 eventually, but today I'd just like to talk about goal number 2, health, a healthy and safe city, and I'll talk about the environment piece at a later meeting. The goals that you have listed are a good start. They reflect a city that's committed to being responsive and that values excellence, which are things that I agree with. But I think that we think about public health and safety in a different way now. It's not so, although responsiveness is important, when we talk about health, it's more about getting in front of health issues. So I'd like to offer a couple of different sets of objectives that encapsulate some of what you're already offering, and add a couple of others. First of all, for the first objective, I think you should be focusing on promoting healthy food and active living. That's what the Map to Health Community Health Plan does it, and that's the foundation of good community health. Second, simply rephrasing one of your priorities and also pulling from the Map to Health Plan is you should work to provide equitable access to physical and mental health care and community health services, right? It's both physical and mental health, and that sort of also can encapsulate substance abuse and protective services. At this top level, you should be general, and later we could get into more specifics. Third, I would rephrase one of your first priorities, which is reducing the impact of sudden injury. Response time is important, but we also, in addition to assuring timely response, it's very important that we assure appropriate response. And that needs to be a big priority. And fourth, quite related, I would list improve both the perception and reality of public safety through authentic dialogue with residents. again, that's top level. We'll get into the details later, and I'll send you more written comments down the line. Thank you for the great work you do, and good luck with this process.
We have 4 additional hands raised. First, we'll go to Roxanne White, then Susan Cruz, then Ariana Williams. Roxanne, you're on the City Council and you've got 3 minutes.
Mute. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. And my name is Roxanne White. I live at 505 Park Plaza. I'm a recently retired member of the Tree Commission, and I'm here to ask that you begin, as you do your strategic planning, to recognize and to address the urgency of our declining tree canopy in your new strategic plan. Your current strategic goal of a beautiful environment needs to be replaced with a goal of a sustainable and a healthy environment that will ensure the healthy neighborhoods that you want. There needs to be a paradigm shift that begins to value our trees, not as mere landscaping that beautifies our neighborhoods, but as a critical part of the city's green infrastructure that's going to help mitigate the impact of climate change. The city's overall vision for the current strategic plan is that Charlottesville citizens live in a community with a vibrant urban forest, tree-lined streets, and lush green neighborhoods. Our homes and buildings are sustainably designed and energy efficient. I don't believe that this vision will become a reality unless the city begins to immediately address the urgent need to grow and expand its urban tree canopy by planting more trees in its neighborhoods. You all have probably seen there's a lot of research and a lot of articles lately linking trees to people's health. It's been proven that neighborhoods with low canopy tree cover have the highest number of heat-related illnesses, as well as diseases related to air pollutants. Low canopy neighborhoods also suffer from higher energy costs. It's also been shown a number of studies across the country that low canopy areas most often relate to lowest income and minority in neighborhoods. Charlottesville's low canopy areas also correlate to the low income neighborhoods, which house the city's most vulnerable populations. So the city's vision for lush green neighborhoods may be true for some areas of Charlottesville, but not for all neighborhoods. Out of 19 city neighborhoods, almost half of them are below a 40% tree canopy, which studies define as an unhealthy neighborhood. So we're not only having heat islands now in our current neighborhoods, but the city is rapidly creating new neighborhoods with little tree canopy. A lot of large new neighborhoods in the southern edge of Charlottesville are being created with few, if any, street trees, front yards that are much too small to accommodate a shade tree. So these neighborhoods will become the city's future heat islands. So there's 3 things that I would ask you to consider as you're going through your strategic plan. 1, look at all the local data about tree canopy cover, climate change, healthy neighborhoods to help direct your decisions. 2, recognize that the often unintended consequences of an affordable housing efforts with its increased density, smaller setbacks, lack of tree cover, and lack of green space may ultimately create the heat islands of the future instead of the healthy neighborhoods that you desire. And 3rd is just to consider trees not just as a landscaping afterthought for our streets and neighborhoods, but as a required part of your plan for the city's green, sustainable, and healthy infrastructure. So thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you about this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Susan Cruz, who will be followed by Ariana Williams. Susan, can you hear us?
Yes, I
Great.
can hear you.
You're on the
Can you hear me?
council.
Good. All right, thank you. My name is Susan Cruz, and I am the Executive Director of the Community Climate Collaborative. I am also a city resident of 2110 Tarleton Drive. I am grateful for your leadership on many issues and appreciate the challenge before you today in developing Council's strategic plan. I'm here to ask you to prioritize Council's commitment to climate in this process. In 2017, recognizing the extreme threat of climate change and the lack of federal and statewide leadership, City Council voted to join the Global Compact of Mayors. This was a leadership action, as was the city's subsequent goal to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 45% by 2030, set last July. This strategic plan of council will cover half of the years remaining to reach that target. Goals and commitments are important measures of leadership, but they are meaningless without action to achieve them. In the past year, we have seen the devastating impacts of climate change through catastrophic fires and storms. And right here in Charlottesville, we experienced our hottest July on record with more than 30 consecutive days over 90 degrees. Unfortunately, this is only the beginning of the impacts we will see, and it is low-income residents, the elderly, and children who will be most at risk. We must act to reduce our contributions to climate change and protect our community. One advantage to prioritizing climate in strategic planning is that many of council's other priorities can be simultaneously achieved through climate action. We have an opportunity to make housing more affordable by reducing energy bills, as 1 in 4 Charlottesville households have unsustainable energy costs. We can promote economic activity and job training by stimulating the energy efficiency and clean energy workforce. We can, by increasing access to healthy food, we can make our community more resilient to climate impacts. And by increasing density and improving public transit, we are reducing transportation emissions while increasing access to services. Strategic planning will guide future council priorities and budgeting. We cannot wait another 5 years to get serious about our commitment to climate action. I know that council has many urgent needs and priorities, and it is my hope that with council's creativity and leadership and the resources that we have in our city, that will allow us to tackle many of these needs together. Thank you for the leadership commitments you have already made to climate. C3 and myself, we look forward to working with you to find solutions that move our whole community forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, next up is Ariana Williams. Ariana, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you
All
hear
right.
me?
We can, go ahead.
Okay, great. Well, thank you first for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Ariana Williams, and I live at 705 Park Street. And I'm speaking today as a longtime resident of Charlottesville. I love living in Charlottesville as it is a community where people truly care about each other and about creating a better future. I also speak to you as a mother with my eye toward the unpredictable future environment that I imagine my children's generation will continue to grapple with. I appreciate listening to all of Susan's comments, and I could never put it in as well spoken as she just did just now, but I did want to say that I was delighted to learn that Charlottesville City adopted the ambitious goals for climate action in 2019 that encompassed commitments to reduce greenhouse gases by 45% by 2030 and to become carbon neutral by 2050. I was proud to learn that the adoption of these goals put Charlottesville among the leaders of climate action for municipalities around the nation. Of course, there are many action steps required to meet these goals, including the development of a climate action plan that includes robust and diverse community outreach. As such, my ask of you this morning is quite simple. Please consider climate action and the steps necessary to achieve it as priorities for the city that deserve a place in its comprehensive plan. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
Our next participant joins us via telephone. This may be Charles Kendig. Mr. Kendig, can you hear us? And you'll have to unmute your microphone. Go
Hey,
ahead.
Brian.
Can you?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Charles Kendig. I live at 593 Rosemont Drive in Charlottesville.
And Mr. Kendig,
been here 7 years.
The audio.
I'm a retired guy. At any rate, one of the things I'd like to know more about, and I sent my comments to the City Council, is what are the results of the existing plan? What have we accomplished? Were the objectives met? And how are those objectives handled by the people that run the various departments in the city? Are they compensated on that? Is there any kind of recognition program for those that achieve the objectives? And looking at the current information, I haven't seen any specific goals. And it's one of the things that I've asked repeatedly about who owns the plan. And how do people find out, for instance, other citizens, what are the kind of inquiries like people like me have about what we've seen in the package today? So thank you for your work. Just wanted to know more about accountability and as we move our great city forward. So Brian, thank you for your help with this, and thank you, council.
Thank you.
We have one hand raised at the moment, and if you'd like to raise your hand, click that icon in the Zoom webinar. If you're on via telephone, you can press *9. Next up is Peggy Vanieres. Peggy, you're on with council and you've got 3 minutes.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Okay. I think if you know me at all, you know I'm a great tree lover and lover of all things green, parks, trees. I've spent a lot of my life, and I married into a family of tree lovers. So company, Vanieres Tree Company, has been in the community for 100 years. So I'm going to speak through as a citizen now, but I'm also on the Tree Commission. And I just want to let you know that we are providing a report with lots of data that will get to you before your next public session. I think you've heard a lot today about trees and climate. And so I think we all know that planting trees is one of the things that can reduce our climate change, improve people's health, as Roxanne has stated so eloquently. And it's one of our priorities in the Tree Commission to tackle the issue of low canopy neighborhoods, which again correspond with some of our lower income neighborhoods this year. So this is going to be one of our priorities to really tackle. You'll see that in places like Star Hill and 10th and Page, they have 20% canopy coverage, which is really a very unhealthy situation. So anyway, I just want to let you know you will be getting a report soon, and appreciate you letting me speak. Thank you.
Mayor Walker, we have one additional hand right now, and it's Brandon Collins. Brandon, you're on with City Council.
Good afternoon, City Council. This is Brandon Collins. I work for FAR, Public Housing Association of Residents. We're the federally recognized resident council and resident advisory board for public housing in Charlottesville. Really cool thing that the federal government not only grants these official designations to resident groups, but also kind of mandates their participation in things. And we think City Council should always make sure they're listening to the resident council and resident advisory board. As you approach your strategic plan, I know you've heard from us, but just want to emphasize even more so the redevelopment and public housing is something that requires the city's commitment, financial commitment, and policy commitment, technical support. It really is a hands-on, all hands on deck situation. And we've appreciated your support, and we really need that ongoing support. This effort would not be underway without your significant financial support and technical support. And keep in mind, as redevelopment is proceeding, additional affordable housing is being created almost entirely for below 30% AMI. And as we look at affordable housing, your efforts, this needs to be your #1 priority. I think, you've seen the studies, you've seen the need, you've acknowledged it's a crisis, it's gotten harder with COVID. Charlottesville City Council can be a major player in making sure the affordable housing crisis is addressed. And a big piece of that's going to come from redevelopment. All of that is an attempt to par up the rest of the city that's been left out for so many generations. And it's not just about economics, it's not just about affordable housing, but it's how we go about this and giving the people control over their neighborhoods and over their lives in the long run. And we really hope you will embrace the idea of resident-led redevelopment, resident-led planning as one way to begin to approach racial equity. Racial equity needs to be at the forefront of every major decision and should be a piece of every part of your strategic plan, not just housing, not just economics. Doesn't need to be separate. It needs to be integrated with everything that you all do. And with that, my time's up. Good luck, and I hope you make a great strategic plan.
Thank you.
And Mayor Walker, there are no other hands raised at this time.
So next, we'll, I guess, go around. Mr. Blair, if you want to make the introduction, and then counselors, if you can, I'll turn it over to Dr. Cozart, and then counselors, I'm sure in that process that we're going to share what we hope to get out of this process.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. It is my privilege to introduce to you Dr. Selena Cozart. Dr. Cozart has her bachelor's, master's, and doctorate degrees from the University of Virginia. She is a senior community facilitator with the University of Virginia's Institute for Environmental Negotiation. She has extensive experience, well over 20 years, in facilitating these types of meetings and plans. Just to give you a flavor of some organizations and meetings that she's worked on. She's worked on the Montpelier Descendants Community Memorialization Workshop. She's worked with our local Food Justice Network. She's also worked with the Truth Planning Commission. The Truth Commission Planning Group for Charlottesville. I think she is a very talented individual. I've had an opportunity to get to know her a little bit, like all of you, and I think she's a true asset for our city. And with that, I will introduce Dr. Cozart.
Thank you, Mr. Blair. And I have a few minutes of morning, so I will say good morning to you all. I would like to introduce, before we go around and get into the meet, I would like to introduce my assistant, Milena Poor, who is with me to help out with note-taking. And she'll be bringing up the slides and keeping us on time. So thank you, Milena, for being with us. I really appreciate you. So let's just take a minute before we get into the meat of it. You all just had an intense meeting. One of several, it's probably old hat for you at this point, but I want to take a minute and just actually have a moment of silence for you to just completely arrive here for this process, for this moment in our city. And I want you to reflect on what your intentions are for this process. So, Milena, if you would mind the time and let us know when a minute has passed. And then I'll invite you to share what comes up for you as you do your introductions. Thank you, Milena. As we go around, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the traditional custodians of this land, the Monacan Nation. And I just want to pay respect and honor to their elders, past and present, as we decide how we want to steward this land while it's in our hands. So I will just go as I see people. So I see Councillor Hill first, so if you would get us started.
So just introductions and just kind of initial thoughts.
Yeah, just what, as you thought about what your intentions were for this process, if you could share briefly what came up for you.
Sure. Well, good morning, my colleagues. To those who don't know me, I'm Heather Hill. I just want to say I first appreciate just that moment to pause, because, you know, you're right, even though we are old hat at some of these meetings, just the adrenaline starts going, and I feel that that minute gave me a chance to kind of take a reset. So I appreciate that time. I'm looking forward to this process. I think it's a really great opportunity. I'm really confident that this group of council colleagues, in partnership with our acting city manager and supported by staff, have a real opportunity to kind of lay the foundation for this community in the next few years ahead. It's been through a tremendous amount in the last 3 years. And I just really feel that this is such an important time for us to really pause and reflect and start to understand, like, what is our commitment moving forward, because that's really going to allow for the future city manager, as well as our staff and council, to be able to work in step with each other in a more effective and efficient way. And it's just going to allow us to really kind of put a stake in the ground about really what are our true priorities, so that we can be more focused. And I'll be honest, like, my time in watching local government and then living in it, I can sense the frustration from constituents that we just never seem to make progress in certain things. And sometimes it's because we're just really just trying to respond to everything. And so having this kind of focus come out of this process, I think is going to be really healthy for all of us. And certainly, as you heard in the first hour of our meeting earlier, this is a council and a staff that certainly values the people. And I think that'll be echoed by some of my colleagues. And so I am looking forward to this process, and I'm really pleased to be partnering with those that are key to it, and having you and your team here too, Dr. Kohler. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. As we move through, I would like to also invite staff members who are here to respond to the prompt as well. So we'll move to Councillor Snook. I see you next.
I guess the first thing I would say is, being one of the newbies on council, we joined council in January, sort of kind of like trying to jump into a canoe that's already going down the river. There's a lot of stuff that we had to deal with right away in terms of budget, and then we're going to have this session back in, I think, January or February originally, and it got put off, and then COVID struck us, and we've never really had the opportunity. I've never had the opportunity to listen to other counselors talk about sort of the inner issues that this kind of effort will disclose. You know, how comfortable are we with the previous expressions of a city council vision, of a strategic plan that was last done 3 years ago, of the organizational values and so on. So I'm frankly looking forward to hearing what my other counselors have to say about these matters, and to see if maybe that might not help inform us how we might all come to some greater sense of agreement on some of these issues, having listened to each other.
Thank you so much, Councillor Snook. Next, I see Councillor McGill, if you're ready.
From this process, I want to find a guiding document. I feel like our current guiding document is in some ways too broad and in some ways too specific. And this is an important document for our staff to be able to utilize to get a direction from council on knowing where we want them to go. And I know myself, when I have put time and energy into something, thinking I'm in the right path, and then coming before a meeting and finding out I'm totally off base, I feel very hopeless and very disheartened. And so I'm really hoping that we can provide a document that really gives, flexibility for change and flexibility for growth, and imagination, but also gives an idea to people who are working in the background, so they're not faced with putting time and energy into various projects or ideas that then when it gets to a certain level is just kind of said no. And it just, again, I want it to be this communication in lieu of communication. So people have, again, my background is psychology, and I find that most people want to do a good job. It makes everyone feel better when you're doing a good job, and when you're doing, and people just want to know what's expected of them. And I'm hoping that this document will really help give that kind of guidance to our staff, through us hearing constituents and representing the city, so that those who work for the city can provide what the majority members of the city say that they want. I hope that.
Thank you, Councilor McGill. And Councilor Payne, I see you next, followed by Mayor Walker.
Yeah, I'd echo what others have said. I think coming in as one of the 3 new counselors, I think one of the frustrations has been, the first month or so, you're definitely trying to figure a lot of things out and figure out how things operate. And then right away, we have the pandemic occur, and we have an economic crisis and other things along with it, which I think, at least for me and perhaps other new counselors, has created a frustration of us just feeling like we're being very reactive to things going on rather than proactive about trying to take action on implementing new policies or continuing things related to the platforms that we actually ran on. And so I hope, one thing that can come from this process is council being able to come to a consensus on, a strategic plan that puts council, city leadership, and city staff in alignment on some goals and priorities to be able to put us in a position to be a little bit more proactive, and I hope ultimately in a better position to continue existing policies, but also implement new policies as well, that ultimately we have some ability to measure or evaluate if we're making progress on things like our emissions reduction target goals, tree canopy goals, affordable housing goals, equity goals, measures related to inequality, public housing redevelopment, et cetera. And so again, I just think, I think if we can get to a place where there's consensus and in alignment on things from council, city leadership, and city staff, I think it will help us be more proactive in getting to that space.
Thank you, Councilor Payne. And Mayor Walker.
We've been discussing when is the best time to start this process. And I think we all know that we needed it probably a long time ago, and especially as we've had some leadership changes. And so my number one hope for this process is that we have something solid in place, or at least the foundation kind of built for the next city manager to come in and align with, and know what type of community they're walking into. also hope that we are really clear on what we can do and set goals accordingly, and not try to be overly ambitious and encompass every item possible that'll come up, and that we are really clear on, focus. And I think our vision and mission statement hopefully will relay that. I also think it's very important that we sometimes, I've mentioned throughout the years the need for measurement and outcomes, and for us to have that information readily available, so we don't have constituents asking us, how have you determined whether you're successful in any of these goals and objectives? How do you know you've met them? And we don't have a clear way to truly measure those. And sometimes it just feels like we're kind of all over the place. And I know staff feels the same. So I hope we get our process taken care of, and that then the departments are able to tweak create a new plan, department plans that aligns with council vision, and also the opportunity of, once we hire our next leader, that if there are any changes that need to be made, and hopefully they're only minor, that we have that conversation, and that we make those, and that we create something that can create the community that people deserve, and especially our Black and Brown and lower income citizens, community that's pushing them out. And that we understand, and hopefully always make sure the conversation is shaped around, around making sure that our community is diverse, which right now it's not.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. Mr. Blair, if you'd like to share what your hopes are for this session.
Well, thank you, Dr. Cozart. Just very briefly, I'd like to just state, I think there are 5 very talented and intelligent individuals on this council. And, I think there's so many talents right here today, October 20th and October 27th, that I think you will get a very thoughtful document. But as maybe has been expressed by the other 5 participants so far, it's great to have a thoughtful document, but we also need the document to ultimately convey to not only staff, not only council, not only the next city manager, but to our residents. This is the roadmap that these 5 individuals envision for this community. And I just bring up the community in general because a local government can only do so much. You've got to have your private sector, your nonprofit sector, your university that's located here also augment the efforts of the city government if any of these goals are going to truly be all encompassing throughout the 10 square miles of this city. And I look forward to hearing and working with you and the council, and I truly hope we can produce a positive product.
Thank you, Mr. Blair. Next, I see Mr. Oberdorfer.
Good morning. Yes, I'd really like to acknowledge what Mayor Walker was speaking about with measurements. And in terms of the operations portfolio, it's very paramount that we understand whether we're being successful with the resources we're allocated in meeting the strategic goals. And so for us, I would have to say, tying the resources to the budget, and in order for us to have actionable outcomes, we need to have 2 things: human capital and funding resources. And so The only way to relate that to success of the staff delivering what council intends through the strategic plan is to have measurements that speak to that. So that if the goal is to meet a certain percentage and we're not meeting that goal, we need more resources, whether or funding, that we're able to identify that and not just say, well, we didn't meet the goal because the staff wasn't able to do it. I really would like to be able to put the staff, all the staff, in a position of success. And if we can't meet a goal and we have the resource, then be able to diagnose why that happened and understand, again, is it a problem with our process or our workflows, or is it really related to being under budget or understaffed?
Thank you so much. Next, Ms. Thomas, if you'd like to come on and share your thoughts.
Thank you. I'd like to reflect really what Mr. Blair and Mr. Oberdorfer said, and really just come out of this with some guiding principles, whether I know it's going to be in the document form, but something to reference and that people can internalize so that we are being proactive, as Mr. Payne said, and not trying to solve everything all at once. Understanding that short-term and long-term goals will be reevaluated at a future time. So the decisions that are made today or the conversation that's had today is not an end-all be-all, but a start. And I'm just glad to be part of it.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Ms. Shelton, if you would like to come on and share your thoughts.
Not much stuff to be said. Ditto everything that's been said, and I just here to support council on getting a strategic plan that'll work for the city as well as the community.
Thank you, Ms. Shelton. Mr. Wheeler, would you like to share anything?
Thank you. I think staff are looking forward to hearing council's high-level goals at this juncture. And, I think we have a lot of staff who are ready to be engaged in this work, who have a lot of leadership skills, who've worked on, past strategic plans. And I know they're looking forward to contributing their talents to this effort. Council's got an ambitious goal right now to try to, do this in a short period of time. And when we've looked at it in the past, we envisioned spending 6 months, what you're trying to do over the course of the next month. So I think we need to keep that in mind and sort of calibrate how far down into specific priorities that you want to identify right now versus staff coming back in the future. So I look forward to learning from Dr. Cozart and from council and helping move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. And thank you, everyone, for sharing your thoughts. We're just going to take a minute now to just kind of review the agenda. The times have been shifted and we'll just keep working with that. But where we are is we're at the session overview. We're going to move into a brief conversation about group expectations, which is just to set the norms, which we've already been operating in. So we'll just take a couple minutes to identify the norms and expectations for our time together. Next is a process which I call appreciative inquiry, where you'll get a chance to look at your work as counselors and the city during your time in office. Next, we will take a look at the environment that you find yourself in to see what are some of the things that will affect your work but are not necessarily in your control. We'll take a break after that, and then we'll do the traditional SWOT analysis, where we're going to look at the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Following that, we'll spend a little bit of time visioning, and then we'll take some time to look at the documents that have been in place thus far with regard to mission and values. And then we'll talk a little bit about what does success look like? What are evidences that you would accept either for you or in your name? And then finally, we'll recap and look forward to our next session. And then the final part is the public comment that's going to be available at the end of our session. So as we think about group expectations and group norms, and my dog wants to participate in this conversation so bad. But as you think about what expectations you have for this meeting and what will help you to show up fully, in this conversation, what works for you? And if you could keep your comments brief, think of it as a tweet rather than a Facebook post. And just tell us, what do you need to show up fully? And if you want to pass, you may pass.
I guess I'll chime in because I was going to add something else I was going to add to our comments earlier, and maybe I'll just use this opportunity to say it. For me to show up fully, I really do want to invite the staff that are part of our panel to be just as involved as every counselor. I think that the perspective that they will bring to this conversation will help propel us to where we need to be in a more meaningful way. And so I don't want this to be viewed as a council conversation, because it's not. This is a partnership between our staff and council, and there's just so much insight that we can gain even from just the spin around that we just did. I just think it's really important. So that's, a priority for me to be able to feel like I can be as invested.
Thank you for that, Councilor Hill. We can do this popcorn style, and just as you have something to say, just say it. And if you don't have anything to say, just say pass so we don't have to wait for you.
I would, echo just that we're able to have a conversation that has input from everyone, not only on council, but city staff in the community as well, in a way where everybody has an opportunity to speak, and there's conversations are grounded in mutual respect and in trust.
Thank you, Councilor Payne. Is there someone else who would like to just say what would help you to arrive and be present and fully engaged in this process?
We are constantly dealing with, just kind of putting out fires. So that's a distraction. And so I'm hoping that this opportunity provides us with maybe some calm so that we can actually think through this process a bit and come up with the best, plan possible. And to speak to, the point that Brian brought up about how long the process normally takes, I think we're also open, to that. If we leave here today figuring that we need to have, more intimate meetings before we have a second session, then we can do that. And then at the same thing, if we need to spread out the third session a little bit more, then we can do that. We, debated a little bit about whether this was the ideal time to start based on the senior leadership change and whether we needed to wait. But Councilor Hill and I, we've never had a moment where this has come up where there hasn't been some major change that has come up at the same time that has made us have to kind of put it on hold. And so part of this starting this process is that the way things have worked on our tenure, that we will probably just, have multiple reasons in the future to put it on hold. So at least we're getting it started, and we'll be able to set next steps if haven't completed the process by the time that we have allotted, here.
Thank you.
One thing that, I'm going to echo pretty much everybody's. I would just like to add, I'm really also hoping that we will bring forward through this kind of a sense of hope and some positivity. I mean, the last 6, 7, 8 months now, COVID has just wiped everyone so hard. And then I'm hoping that we can use this process to also bring forward just a sense of, control maybe, or a sense of focus towards our future, that we have a future as a city together, that and there's just so many people who are in such a bad place right now that I'm just hoping that, as we're focusing on this moving forward piece, and in it also addressing the issues that are coming up, and that this is in a sense the document that will help guide that, and in that guidance will also provide some hope. So.
Thank you. Thank you. So anybody else want to speak to what would be helpful for you in this process to lean in and participate fully?
One thought that I've had about the process, and I don't know, maybe the notion of the strategic plan itself is supposed to be much more top level than this, but I would hope that by the end of October, we would have some general idea of what we were going to do. This all says why we're going to do it, but I'd like to have some idea of a plan of action, next steps, what are the next few months going to look like? What are we going to take action on? We've had a lot of requests for action. October is a time before the budget season really gets fired up, and it's probably about the last opportunity for us to set some goals, some action goals that might get reflected in the coming budget. And I hope that we don't end up spending all of our time on such high level things that we don't start thinking about, okay, we're now going to be at the end of October, and it's time for us to be getting fairly specific about some action things.
Thank you, Councillor Snook. Anybody else want to weigh in?
I would just like to build on what's been said and to follow up with Councillor Snook. I think as we go through the process, let's think about this as something that's going to guide all 5 councilors in their budget decisions moving forward. I mean, this is great organizationally. It's great. It's a great tool, but it's also very budget oriented in how we're going to approach the future. That's how it's been used. Our budget has these values and incorporates them every time that the document is reviewed. And I think sometimes we forget also every council memo references our strategic plan and how every item of business that comes before council is supposed to be tied to this document. So let's also remember, like when we're talking this through, as Mayor Walker kind of said about lofty goals, like we also have to keep in mind when we're talking and formulating here that this is ultimately going to be a product in every single council memo that you get for you as well.
Thank you, Mr. Blair. Anybody else want to weigh in before we move on? Okay, so if something comes up that you think would be of use in terms of letting other folks know what would be helpful to you, you can put it in the chat, or you can get our attention and Melena can put it into the parking lot for us to review later.
If I could just add, I had Mr. Blair check with Chrissy Hamill to just come, I think maybe the prior process and some of the things that we'll be looking to either remove or tweak, she would be able to provide a good explanation of that. So she's going to come on after the break and just share some of that, and which probably would go best here, but just wanted everyone to know that she will come on. And I think it's also maybe good for us to have at least our department directors to be on the next call, the next meeting to participate and chime into.
Thank you. Thank you. So just, we'll see where we are when she comes on, and we'll figure out how to bring her into the conversation. Thank you for letting us know. So this next section, I'm going to ask you, Milena, to pull up the document where we can have the conversation about appreciative inquiry. I've formulated a question for you to consider. And just to help you understand what I mean by appreciative inquiry, it's really an opportunity for you to think about what you are proud of in your tenure as a counselor or as a staff member during this season, you know, working here in Charlottesville at the city. But think about what you're proud of. And if you, Milena, can you pull up the document and share your screen? Just so we can see this question together.
Can you tell me the title of that document? I don't see one called Appreciative Inquiry. It might be CC Brainstorm.
I'm sorry, it's in the running notes.
Got you. Okay. I see. Just share my notes. Yes. Okay.
As you're pulling that up, I'll just read the question, and I want you to take a moment to think about what these things are, and then we'll go around and share. So basically the question is, when you think about this on 3 levels, you as an individual, the city council as an institution, and across the city, not just city council, if you will, but just the city itself as an entity and that we engage with. And thinking about the community at large, what are you proud of? And what are you sorry about / have regrets about? So as you're thinking of this question, your prouds and your sorries, it's really helpful when you think of this in terms of I statements. So you can say, I'm proud of the work that we've done together, or I'm proud of this initiative that I brought forward. You can, with prouds, you can say you're proud of something someone else did. The sorries are a little bit more focused on the I statement. It's a lot more palatable for you to say what you're sorry about that you've done or been part of than to say, I'm sorry that you did this and I regret that you did that. So I invite you to stay in the I statement around this. But just think of this on 3 levels, as I said, and what you're proud of or what you're sorry about. And I'm just going to give you 3 minutes to think about that before we have the discussion. So if you want to write that down or copy and paste it from the document, the link to this document is also available in the chat, unless you left the meeting and came back. But it should be available in the chat if you want to write directly into the document. And Elaine, if you could just give us a timer for 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm. We have 1 more minute.
Thank you for the 1 minute.
And we're now 3 minutes.
Thank you. So let's just go around and, if you would, identify what it is that you're proud about in your tenure with the city, or what you're sorry about within the tenure, your tenure with the city. Who would like to go first?
I can start. In terms of proud, I would say 2 things. To be able to walk into a room and know that I'm able to shift the conversations in direction that it probably never would have gone before, and stand firm in that, even though I haven't felt that it's been appreciated much. And then to have created and hope that I'm able to do more with the time that I have left here, programs like Home to Hope, and really give an opportunity back to individuals who've been most effective in a negative way, the ability to help heal the community and themselves and the community and themselves, because it happens like that when you have people who've been oppressed in the way that at least this round of employees, the way they have and their families have for generations. In terms of what I'm sorry about, regrets, I think we spent a lot of time during the last few months debating about a decision that we knew we had to make. And I pulled out based on, a very difficult conversation. And I have challenged myself from that point that as a, leader in the community, that even when things are difficult and I may not agree with 100%, I hope moving forward that I never leave the community in a vulnerable situation like I did because, another principle may have been violated. And so I regret the way that that went, and hope moving forward that I make the best decision immediately and not delay it.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. Any other prouds and sorries? Melaine is going to be taking notes on this, and she's, Melaine, if you could stop sharing your screen just so we can see.
Yes, that's better.
Thank you.
And we're sharing these notes in case I've misquoted anyone or missed the essence of what you're trying to say, because of course I can't get every word, but I'm trying to get the best I can.
Appreciate your efforts.
I guess I go, I'm not sure. This is big. So for the individual, I guess one of the things I'm proud of is just trying to kind of serve a role as kind of conduit to a lot of different stakeholders within and outside the organization, and kind of having to me like an open door policy, so that much as I never thought myself of being in politics, but just it can get political, but just all about relationship building and just really earning and working to earn the trust of a number of people on different fronts so that we can then make progress on any number of initiatives, whether it's from something small to something really monumental. And so just, I'm just, proud of that collaborator role that I've done my best to take. It hasn't been perfect. And just trying to really have that open door so that it invites people in, and then it allows me to kind of be that connector and to kind of connect those dots and kind of keep things moving forward among my colleagues and even with staff. What I have regrets about is because of that, at times I feel like I had my blinders on, that I wasn't as open-minded or willing to see when there were red flags that have come up, because I might have been too focused on what I believe was either a good decision or a good direction, and not really seeing it for what it was, and that I might, because of what that was perceived by people that I feel like I'm trying to collaborate among, that it really prevented me from some very important decision making down the road. So it's, as much as some of that is my strength, there was obviously a time of weakness, and I have tremendous regret for that.
Thank you for sharing that, Allison Hill.
I'll go next if nobody else will.
You have the floor.
I mean, it's hard only having been on council for a short time. As far as, I'm proud right now of trying to throw myself into this and learn as much as I can. And that trying to make myself as available to hear different voices as possible. And being open to hearing different voices. And open to apologizing when I make a mistake. And I'm also very proud to be working with the team in general that we have at the city, and also very proud to be working in a city that, even though it makes it hard sometimes, is very vocal and very active, and to be taking part of that. Regrets or sorries. I'm really sorry I haven't had a chance to really being out engaging with people more. I had really wanted to be going through different departments in the city and meeting new people and seeing how different departments run. And it's just been very difficult to do that. I'd also wanted to be going out in the community and hearing from people in the community more proactively. And I'm sorry I didn't get to start doing that pre-COVID, so that at least I had more people again to contact and be in touch with and hear from, or who felt comfortable quickly contacting me or just talking to me about how they feel.
Thank you, Councilor McGill. Who's next?
Well, there are only two of us, so I'll go next. I would say I am proud of the fact that I think that the city has done a good job in managing its response to the COVID crisis. And I think we need to keep the word crisis attached to COVID as much as possible, partly to reassure ourselves that this isn't normal, and that we have done a pretty good job of managing the response to something that is really not normal. The regret that I have is that we have spent so much time and energy on that we haven't been able until, well, just as an example, yesterday in a meeting was the first time that I think I've spent more than 3 minutes of council time on the question of climate change, which is one of those things that, anybody who's looking at the news these days and who's seeing the storms and the fires that are fortunately not afflicting us much here in Virginia, but are afflicting people around the world and are afflicting people across the country. The time for action was 10 years ago, but the second best time for action is now. And we haven't been able to do that because we've spent so much time and energy on dealing with the COVID response. On a citywide basis, I have a feeling that the city as a whole, the feeling is sort of as though we're on a knife's edge, that there's so many people, so many businesses, so many individuals who are in such a tenuous spot economically, personally, how they're dealing with kids who are at home and doing the Zoom learning and so on. It's just such a difficult thing that every time I talk to people, and admittedly it's been difficult with COVID, I can't exactly go meeting people the way I would like to, I realize just how many people are under such stress. And I wish there was some way we could accelerate the process, whether it means, things we have no control over. We're going to continue to be on a knife's edge for at least another 6 months, perhaps another year. And that's going to be a tension for all of us. And we're going to have to continue to A, manage the COVID crisis, but B, remember we have other things we have to be doing as well.
Yeah, I guess I would echo as an organization. I think one of the things I'm definitely proud of is the COVID response, both in terms of being proactive about getting stronger restrictions from the governor before they were implemented other places and being able to push there, being able to be proactive in working with Albemarle County and UVA about, again, being proactive about anticipating things like UVA students returning and as we enter the fall, as well as programs and supports for things like rental and mortgage relief regionally that, still not nearly enough in terms of the people falling through the cracks and the support that's needed from the state and federal government. But I think the response is something that as an organization we can be proud of, and it's certainly not all us, but by any means, but I'm certainly, I think we should, as Councilor Snook mentioned, in acknowledging that this is a real crisis, also acknowledging that our community has, been able to avoid the kind of impact and community spread we've seen in areas like the Virginia Beach or Northern Virginia area and Harrisonburg. And I think that element of the public health of our community is something that we can't take for granted or overlook. Likewise, again, it's not an individual thing, but an organizational thing. I'm proud as an organization, we've been able to, with a lot of work from city staff, continue to actually make progress on the funding and progress of affordable housing, particularly the redevelopment of public housing in Friendship Court. Seeing this past budget cycle and in recent months, those are things that have required a ton of work from city staff. And there's never any guarantees that, these things will move forward. And I think it's something that we should be proud of, that we've made that commitment as a community and continue to actually make progress on it. In terms of regrets, I think echoing the other two new counselors, I think, maybe my biggest regret is just, I've been the initial getting on council is sort of a learning curve, and then you have the pandemic and the economic crisis and everything else going on, that, I felt entirely reactive. And as others mentioned, regret not being able to be proactive about taking action on the policies and issues that the three of us as new counselors ran on in terms of climate change, community wealth building, land use, a whole host of other things, and regret not being able to be proactive there and not being able to be as out front in the community and being proactive about reaching out to community groups and community members to collaborate on things that we can do in city government and how we can partner with the community on various things. And I guess it's tied into that, but regret not being able to be as much as I would have hoped part of taking the conversation as it relates to city government and local policy in a more positive direction in terms of constructively working on new policies that can address issues in the community. And then finally, I say this is like 70% a joke, but I think one thing I'm proud of is that I've been able to maintain my sanity so far, which I say mainly as a joke, but I do think it's for me, and I imagine for all of us, this has been an extraordinarily difficult several months, not just on council, but personally. And I imagine that's the same for the other counselors and for city staff. And I just think the acknowledgement of the difficulty of these past few months and the extent of this crisis and the challenge of it is something that, at least for me, is just important to acknowledge and recognize.
I just want to build off that because one of my things I've written down was surviving as a word. Just surviving this. I'm proud of surviving that. But I saw that some of our colleagues actually dove into other topics. Do you want us to go back and talk about those, Dr. Cozart?
I hear from everybody about their prouds and sorries that came up for them, and then we'll get a chance to reflect what you heard or what you would add. Okay. So thank you for the question. We've heard from all the counselors. I invite the staff members who are here to be able to share their thoughts, their prouds, and their sorries for their tenure here with the city.
Well, I'll let Paul go first. I see.
Sure. So personally or individually, I would have to say that I'm proud while being here that I was able to bring much deserved recognition to public works staff that had not been done for a lot of years. A lot of people that do the heavy lifting every day that make things happen, I think didn't have the appropriate light shine on them. And so I'm very proud of that. Institutionally, I'd say reorganization operations portfolio so that there's some alignment between the built environment and how the departments operate to create, transparency and accountability the way it should be and the way the staff deserves to have it. And across the city, I'm proud of the systems that are either in construction or being constructed to improve our delivery of services to the residents and businesses. There's been a lack of process and I think well-defined workflow, at least in the departments that report to me. And I believe that as we move forward over the next 3 years, that we're going to have those systems in place to better improve our service delivery model. And as for regrets, nobody wants to have regrets, especially me. But I do regret there are times I've listened, but I didn't hear. And I think working on, listening skills is really important because first you must understand, before you're understood. So I think that's one thing. I have a lot of energy and move fast, but dialing that back and really listening, I think, is important. And secondarily, just being distracted from all the duties of managing COVID-19 as a response from the city side. It's really diluted my ability to manage effectively in a leadership role because again, you're just distracted, and I regret the fact that I've had to be distracted.
Thank you. Thank you. And I just want to acknowledge Ms. Hamill, who is here with us, and just catch you up to where we are in the order. We are doing our prouds and sorries, which are under the appreciative inquiry. So the question, and Melanie, if you could repost the link to the document the prompt is, what are you proud of in your tenure personally, institutionally, and as a city? And what are you sorry about or have regrets about in terms of your personal contribution, the city and the constituents, the whole community?
If I could chime in, oh, go ahead after you finish.
Yeah, I was finished. Go ahead.
And Chrissy, I understand that you hadn't planned for this today, so we won't keep you any longer than you have to be here. But I did think it would be helpful, since you participated in the last process, for after we finish this session, if you can just update the counselors and especially the new counselors with the process that you all went through before and anything that you think that is relevant to us going through this process now. Once we finish this section, if you could share that, and then again, apologies for pulling you in and understand when you have to leave.
No worries. Thank you for including me.
We're glad you're here. So we're just about halfway finished with the prouds and sorries, and then I'll give you the floor, Ms. Hamill. So who's next? Who else would like to share their prouds and sorries?
Well, I'm happy to go next. And I think when you talk about proud, I think, you know, looking back, been with the city over 2 years, and there's actually been a lot of positive things that have occurred. I do want to kind of highlight what Councilor Payne stated. I do think the city, when COVID-19 occurred, there were a lot of very proactive actions, and there have been since. And you know, I think one thing that I think about is the COVID ordinance that both the city and the county adopted back in July. And you know, we had a lot of folks, I'm on various groups, had a lot of folks statewide reach out to me wanting to know about our COVID ordinance and how other localities in the state and even in other states they wanted to view our ordinance and take a look at it for ideas. And I think that's just an example of some of the proactive things we've done as an organization, and that we have done over the past 2 years on a number of items. I think regrets, quite frankly, it's a universal regret, I think, with staff and perhaps council, is that there's a lot of thoughtfulness in this organization. There's a lot of debate. There's a lot of give and take. And oftentimes there's a portrayal that somehow it's dysfunctional, or somehow that things are out of control. And, you know, I mean, it's personal regret. And again, I think maybe a universal regret is that we as an organization have to understand we're in a community with a lot of very intellectual people who are constantly contacting both staff and the council with ideas and constructive criticism, though I'm sure sometimes the criticisms that we all receive are abundant, and but the truth of the matter is, I think the only way that you ever move forward is if you take criticism, if you take others' opinions, and you try to refine and get the best product. And I'm sorry that sometimes that is perceived as being dysfunctional or sort of, boy, they don't know what they're doing. It all looks so disorganized. But the truth is that when you exchange ideas, sometimes it isn't pretty. Sometimes the process itself isn't going to look mechanical or smooth, but that doesn't mean that the result is somehow wrong or misguided. It just means that the process itself encompassed a lot more discussion than you might see in other local governing bodies. But I think you know, I hope maybe going forward, we can find a way to portray this as more of taking ideas, taking questions, taking comments and criticism, and showing this as a refinement process rather than dysfunction.
Thank you, Mr. Blair.
Okay, I'll go. Something that I'm proud of is building good working relationships, and that's with council, I believe, and with staff, and bringing in a deputy who's been doing a fantastic job and helping to get some systems in place that are a little more streamlined. One thing that I won't call it a regret, but I guess a sorry, would be personally the inability to unwind. So that's resulted in missing some, family moments, and that's just being truthful. Also, professionally, just being new to the town or the city, just not really being able to connect. The workload here is heavy, so what I thought I would be able to do coming in as far as getting connected just hasn't happened yet.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Who's next?
Yes, it's me. Let's see, I'm proud of working for the city of Charlottesville. I think it's a great place to live and work. I'm proud of the changes that we're making in the organization. Paul has mentioned some, and Keena has mentioned some. We're also making changes in the administration side, bringing in new financial systems to help better serve the public as well as the staff here to get things more afloat, getting rid of the papers and more computer savvy. I don't really have any regrets. I don't like that word regret. So I try to use everything as a teaching moment. What I would like is I have a hope. I have a hope as is, and with the council doing this strategic plan, that they will have some inclination of being physically sound, because we do have a fiduciary responsibility to our citizens. And I know we want to make everybody safe and secure, but sometimes there's a limit to how much we can do. So my hope and my goal is that over the next years that we can get council more financial savvy.
Thank you, Ms. Shelton. Okay, now I'd like to open the floor. If you have like a brief reflection, maybe somebody said something that resonated with you in terms of a proud or a sorry, or something that you you just want to respond to briefly. We're just going to spend a couple minutes on this part. So if you do have a reflection, I invite that.
Might not be following the rules, but when those of us that started first kind of focused on what we were proud of and sorry for, but I did just want to add one comment around more the institutional side, because I'm really proud of the resiliency that our staff has exhibited through a tremendous amount of change and as well as stress from many things coming from events that have happened in our community over the last few years to multiple leadership changes. And that's something I'm just amazed every day. And during pandemics, it's all happening. So that's something I'm really proud of. And the regret I have at the institutional level is our ability as a council to most effectively be communicating with the organization. And that's something that I continue to weigh, and we continue to weigh, like, how do we be a better communicator with the broader organization? So that's something that weighs on me. So I just wanted to add that because we had stuck so much to our individual feedbacks.
Thank you. Any other reflections or comments? Okay, so thank you. So as I mentioned before, Milena is taking notes and you have a link to that document. So if there's something that you want her to capture differently, you have editing access to that document as well. So feel free to update. Mayor Walker, I'm going to pass it to you to invite Ms. Hamill to share what it is you'd like to hear from her.
Just thank you for joining us, Chrissy, and you can share whatever you think we should understand about the last process and what you would like for us to strongly consider and process during this process would be helpful.
So thank you for asking me to attend and for allowing me to be a part of this. First, I'll just say that to be a spokesperson of the plan for where we are now is quite an honor. We had an awesome process and group of really, really smart, engaged people who have worked on this for a long time. We started many years ago, actually, and it was not a smooth process. We went through many, many gyrations of this. Probably the one thing that was the most exciting for me as being a part of that was that the strategic planning process involved a group of employees from all across the organization. So every level, every department was fully, well, I'm not gonna say fully represented, but there was representation from everyone. So from the person who comes to their desk at 8 a.m. with the goal of leaving at 5 p.m., taking nothing home and nothing further than what they do in front of them, to all the way up through lead team and department heads. So we had a very fair voice through the process. We had good leaders who worked on this and helped us. Leslie Beauregard was one of the spearheads for getting this process going. And last year, we actually attended a conference in Charlotte or in North Carolina through ClearPoint, which is the system that we use for strategic planning. And having worked on this all this time, it was really eye-opening to go to that conference and find out that we were actually leading the way for a lot of local governments in the work we had done on the strategic plan. Leslie actually spoke, and the city of Charlottesville was used as one of the references. So there are a lot of cities who are doing some really great work. So there's a lot of reference that we can use and pull from out there. So that was really exciting because when you're in the weeds, it's hard to get a clear view of the big picture. So enough with the sales process, but basically the way it started was we started with a small team. We were given this mission from the city, or Leslie was given the mission from the then city manager to get working on this. It started from a council list that actually was created with every council meeting. Someone would come to the podium to speak and there would be follow-up. And so there became this exhaustive list of follow-up for staff that sometimes it was assigned, sometimes it wasn't. And at one point, I'm going to get this wrong, but you'll get the idea. The list was over 20 pages long at one point, I think. And so in an effort to sort of redirect efforts, because some of those requests, while they were important and needed to be responded to, they weren't necessarily things that we needed to sort of go on a mission to solve. And so from that, we started taking that list and parsing it out into big ideas, or if there were recurring themes. And that sort of led to, with a consultant and the team, it led to some ideas for creating the framework that you have in front of you. So it helped to frame putting together the mission, the vision, and then also the goals. And so each time along the way, as this team worked to sort of frame up what we thought that might be, then we would go to council. So, we came up with a mission after this team spent, time thinking of up a mission. We would go to council. We had a work session, council weighed in. What did they like? What did they not like? And then they made it their own. So from the net, we built on to the next step and then the next step. Until finally council got to the goals, which I think some of you have talked about, the big picture idea of what you wanted to do. And I think one of the nice things that we found out with that was that once we had that direction from council and then staff was able to go back and look, even though we might not have been doing a specific thing under that goal that was a recurring topic, we actually were doing work that related to all of those goals. And so departments were then able to figure out their operations and their goals and how they fit in. And so when we got back to report to council, we found out that, it seems like we're not doing a good job to keep our community safe. But when you look at XYZ measures, we do have some stuff out there to report. So as staff, it was a time for us to tell our story, as well as it gave us an initiative to sort of push to the next step to help council further their mission. And then, I think it was always a give and take in terms of what was there, what wasn't there, what was working. For example, the current goal 5. We found it's really easy to find a lot of stuff that fit in goal 2 and 3. It's not quite as easy to fit in things that are in goal 5 because, we're a government and a lot of the things that we have to do or that are mandatory services aren't necessarily strategic, although they're important. So, from that, it was just an ability to work with council, both to further your mission and then also, report back to you how we were doing, or I think as Paul mentioned earlier, where are there issues and why isn't an issue?
And my last question would just be, was there anything that you all thought about after this had been adopted and throughout the years of changes that you all would have liked to put in front of council to maybe tweak this current version of the plan?
So I think there are lots of ways to look at a strategic plan. I think the current position where we were working with was that the plan was something to be a stretch, if you will. So it wasn't necessarily things that we were doing well right now, but things we wanted to get to in the next 3 years or 5 years. And so we were at, that point as this new council came on. And so, as you know, that was the reason why we decided to postpone. And I would also offer that even though we had a strategic plan with the framework for the goals and the measures or the initiatives that were identified, it was always a work in progress. So as long as we keep the big goals there, we do have the ability to go back and revisit and review and work on those. And I think that's something that we can do each year with the budget, so that once you're able to look at the content, make it your own, figure out where you want to go, then each year we can decide, hey, what worked, what didn't, how can we tweak it, and then make that a part of where you direct your dollars.
And Chrissy, what were the general thoughts around metrics? I know that there has been some metric driven nature to the current strategic plan, but I know that's also been something that's been brought up in the past over the last couple of years around, we just need to have more defined metrics for how we're measuring against these goals. And so that we know when we have to revert course, or maybe as Paul was alluding to, maybe we need to make sure that we're putting enough resources into something because the metrics are reflecting that there is no improvement. So I'm just kind of curious of the thought of metrics with that group.
It varies depending on what you're measuring. There's some things like, for example, my part of the team, the measures that I worked on were always important but boring, right? Did we get the AAA bond rating? As opposed to, something more exciting like, how quickly did we arrive on the scene of a fire? Or, how many street miles have we paved, or how many new sidewalks have we added? So I think it depends on what you're measuring in terms of what metrics you want to set. And I also think it makes a difference as to what kind of measures you're talking about. Are you talking about work measures? So for example, how many potholes did you do? How many streets did you pave? Or are you talking about something, how many affordable housing units can you create? Those are a little bit different in my mind, whether they're work goals or whether they're stretch goals. And so I think that's up to council as to sort of where you want to be. But I think it's important to also realize that while the strategic plan is, your goalpost, we also have to be cognizant of the fact that a lot of governmental work is necessary. And so, we always have to provide computers for our employees or the internet for people to access, a web page, that kind of thing.
Thank you. And my last question is around, like, as you laid out what happened when this initial kind of foundational strategic plan was laid, and we're obviously going to be revisiting it, and there'll be some changes. How do you see what do you think is the right way to engage staff through these next few months process? Just kind of curious of your thoughts based on the experience you had before, and given, council's very high interest in revisiting this, but this time there already is a foundation that's been laid, at least to kind of have us as a starting point. I'm just curious of your thoughts about staff's engagement and how we can most effectively engage staff.
So I'm going to be a little bit biased to the original plan that we worked. And again, I think this is up to council as to what you want to do. I think the core team, as we called it at the time, was a great vehicle for council in that we were able to do a lot of legwork for you and then bring something to you to respond to, as opposed to you all having to start from scratch and do all the work yourselves. Now, that may be where you want to go. Like, you guys may want to do that. And I think that's a question as to whether you want to look at a plan refresh or a plan redo. And I think depending on wherever you are with those two questions, I think there's a lot of staff really good staff, who are willing and excited and more than happy to help. It just depends on how you want to use it.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Hamill?
It is 1:03 and we have a break scheduled for 1. And no, our schedule has changed a little. I just wanted to make you aware.
Thank you so much. If there are no other questions for Ms. Hamill, we can break. And what we'll do is we'll move the environmental scan until after the break. And that's just briefly a time when we'll talk about all of the things that are outside of your control, but that will impact the decisions that you make. And so we just want to get those all out on the table. So we'll take a break and a deep breath first. And thank you, Ms. Hamill, for coming with your expertise. We do hope that you're able to come back at some point as your perspective is valuable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to take a 5-minute break or 10. I know you guys have been going since early, so we'll give you a whole 10 minutes. So it is now 1:05. We'll say 1:05. We'll come back at 1:15.
All right, thank you.
It's now 1:50. Welcome back. And we've got people coming back. Welcome, welcome. I know you can kind of, this takes me back to elementary school trying to get through the lunch line. So hopefully you didn't give yourself indigestion, and don't feel like you can't eat during this meeting. I want you to be comfortable and take care of yourself through this process.
As you probably saw, I already broke that rule like an hour and a half ago. I'm an early luncher. 11:30, I'm like, I gotta eat something.
I'm glad you modeled that self-care, so thank you. All righty. So we're back as far as I can tell. Welcome, welcome. So Melanie, if you could bring up the schedule for us. We've done some time adjustment, our best guess for the way we're going to spend the rest of our time. And, you know, we'll move things around as necessary, but where we are now is with the environmental scan. We've moved that to start now and run for a half hour. So we'll have kind of a lightning round with that, and you'll see where we go with that. From there, at 1:45, we'll move into the SWOT analysis, where we'll have each one of these words is a different document where we can start to document what we identify as strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And a lot of this has come up in the conversations already, so it'll be a matter of aggregating them under these terms for some of the things, and there'll be new things that come up too. We'll move into our community vision and aspirations aspect of the conversation, where we're going to just think about what does the future look like if this is done well. Moving a half hour after that, we'll have a brief break, just a 5-minute stretch. And then we'll start taking a look at the organizational mission and values along with the city council vision, and just see what language are, you know, just as Ms. Hamill said, about what are you redoing or are you refreshing? And so this will be the beginning of that conversation about which direction you all want to take as a body. We'll have a brief conversation about what the evidence of success around this process will look like. We talked a bit about that in the introduction, but this will be a little bit more concrete. We'll have a brief recap and then move into the public comment section. So does anybody have any questions about any of that or comments? Okay, very good. We're going to move along. If you still have access to the document that was just being shared, Melania she posted the link earlier, but in that document has a link. There is a link to the environmental scan. So Melania, if you could bring that up for us. So what do we mean by environmental scan? I think as we talk about this, what we're really thinking about is what are the factors that we have to consider in this process that are not directly budget, they're not directly policy that you all get to set, but they're things that will impact all of that. And the goal here is to just name them so that we can all be on the same page in terms of what it is that is going to be part of the challenge that you face. So what you see here and what you have access to is this document with the prompt that says, what are the social trends that impact the environment within which the strategic plan will be implemented? And so what I've included here are different things that you can comment on: social trends, community trends, political factors, economic climate, citizen needs, technology factors, and uncertainties. You can think of uncertainty/other there. And there are several boxes. They're kind of lined up under each item, but feel free to select a box and put your thought there. And you can put in parentheses which which societal trend or which aspect does this impact? So the societal trends, the community trends, so forth. So as you think about those things, just put that in parentheses. What does it pertain to? So we're just going to spend just the lightning round. If anybody's having trouble accessing this document, please let me know so we can help you out with that. Is there anyone who's unable to get to this document? Okay. So I'm not hearing anybody say that they can't get to the document. I invite you to start to think about and post what these trends may be, what political factors and so forth are top of mind. So we're going to spend about 3 minutes filling this in and seeing where we are. Does anybody have any questions about what this activity entails?
Are we supposed to be able to write in those boxes?
Yes, you should be
I
able
can't.
to. Okay, let me see here.
It comes up as view only, and so I just went into my own Gmail account and just requested access.
Okay.
I think of the fastest way to help with that. That's probably the case for everyone. So the direct link that I put into the chat would be the last thing. If you follow that direct link, does that make any difference?
So I don't have the direct links. All I have are Google Docs.
Yeah, that's it.
But they go to the
notes.
Click on them. They all go to your notes.
Within her notes, there are a lot of links.
Oh,
So
okay.
there is a link, and then I was hoping that the second link would bring you to this page that Selena is describing, and that it would be shareable for everyone.
Change the permissions on it, so hopefully.
Oh yeah, if you change the permissions, we're good.
Yeah. Let's see how that works.
Yeah, I can definitely edit it now.
I think I can. I don't know. I've got weird bars. I just typed hello. Can you see that?
You're in there. I see you.
Yeah.
Right. Anybody else having trouble getting to it? Or
Yeah, I don't know what I'm supposed to do to enable me to do what Sina can now do.
well, I changed the permissions, so if you click in a box, you should be able to type something now.
And make sure you've clicked the link that's in the Zoom chat, the last one. And then if you scroll down, there'll be a section for the environment, something environment, I've already forgot. But if you click on that link, then it will take you there.
Environmental scan.
Okay, I got it.
Everybody able to access the document? We asked just the panelists to respond to. Last thing I want to remind you of, when you put something in there, if you could put in parentheses which one of these categories would this thing that you're writing fit into. If it fits in multiple categories, you can put that as well.
So just one more time, because the prompt is like under one category already with societal trends, but isn't it? It's more broad than that because we're going to go under each category.
Absolutely. Let me change the language there. Thank you for pointing that out. I invite you, if you see something there already, please just put your comment into the same box. I see racial equity 4 times. If you could just consolidate that because we have limited space. And maybe be a little more specific.
No. Out. It's mine.
Mayor Walker, are you able to access the document now? As you're finishing up, I invite you to put in parentheses under your comment or within the box, if it can fit, which trend or factor you're referring to with replacement. And if there's more trend or factor, feel
I think
free
we
to-
largely tried to stay underneath the titles, I think.
That's my hope, but I know that sometimes there are more comments than there are boxes, and you just have to get in where you fit in, right? So if that's you, if it's not near where you're intending. So as we finish up, looks like all the boxes are filled, and I'm sure that there's more that could be placed, but this is to get us a good scan of what's going on and what's possible here. So I invite you to just take a moment and look through what your colleagues have posted here. And if you're finished, it might be easier to look at the screen within the call. You might have more, it might be a little bigger, depending on what your settings are. Here under social trends with societal trends, I'm sorry, environmental awareness and demand for action with regard to the environment. Social trends including racial equity, racial justice, racial healing, and reparative justice. Moving less force policing, less emphasis on coercion, societal trends. Dismantling racist institutions, systems, and thought. In the community trends, we have high community engagement. We have UVA commitment to housing more students and staff. Rising inequity, racial equity. We have financial well-being of all citizens under community trends, under political factors, uncertainty of federal support. Democratic General Assembly may let us do more. As a political factor. Change in transportation preferences. Can we get more bike traffic and less parking? Structure of the government, leadership in government, those are all political factors. Under economic climate, we have high inventory of commercial real estate, COVID creating sustained recession and depression, local businesses closing. How will the comp plan / zoning ordinance affect economic and social activity in the city? Citizens' needs, housing deficit, evictions, job loss created by COVID, impact of no in-person classes on equity, ability for Black and Brown citizens to remain a part of the community, stopping displacement. We also have balance of work and childcare with virtual learning, transparency of decision-making, understanding given at all levels to decision-making factors to promote increased trust in local government. Need for life-work balance, blurred lines with telecommuting access. Need to address achievement gap in schools, fund schools fully under citizens' needs. Technology factors, work from home. What will this do to our need for office space and tech? Online learning, will there be fewer UVA students in Charlottesville? How does that affect housing? Equity in technology access. Tech limits on doing all board/commission meetings electronically during COVID. How long will the COVID crisis last under uncertainties? What will the downtown mall look like? When the schools reopen in person, what will that look like? Will Congress or the state provide more COVID relief dollars? Need for private sectors stepping up to fill gaps. Gridlock in Congress. Budget/future resources driven by COVID impact. School renovation program, necessity versus cost. Provide access for low-income students. I invite you, if there's something else that you want to include, you can always put that into the running document that we have for notes if it didn't fit in there. Is there anything, any reflections or comments about what was shared here?
And we've been talking about, the timing we were going to do this. And if we had done this when I think maybe some of us thought we would do it like a year ago, I mean, we wouldn't even think this pandemic has certainly driven a lot of this feedback, and it's just heightened things that were probably like many things that were priorities, even a year ago are just even more elevated in terms of being to the forefront. And just there's this uncertainty just given this pandemic just certainly is providing a whole different lens from which to look at ourselves and our vision.
Thank you. Any other observations or comments about what all is impacting this climate right now?
Well, I'd just like to state, as I pointed out earlier in the session, that this was a limited amount of time. And you look at how quickly this chart filled up, and it does reflect, again, I mean, to go back to that earlier theme, a lot of thoughtfulness with this group. I mean, we had 5-6 minutes, and you're talking some very meaty topics in every category, and it's I think it really does speak to this council and their ability. They do care, and you look at this and there's a lot of thoughtfulness, but also caring here.
I think obviously one of the huge restrictions that pops up and probably relates to all of these things is just the economic climate and the impact of that on our revenues. And whether there'll be support from the state and federal government, and just the real limits and challenges we're going to face in terms of our revenues, I think, probably to an even greater extent next budget cycle than this past one.
Thank you. Any other reflections or observations?
We just can't forget that COVID is here. I mean, really, COVID right now is driving so much because we don't know how long it's going to last. We don't know what the extended economic impact is going to be. I mean, some of, you know, if UVA not only affects our housing market, but it also affects restaurants. It affects tourism. It affects our hotel industry, and so there's just so much right now that is up in the air. And at a time when we most need to be able to help our citizens who are struggling, because struggles are increasing, we have to also be looking at a known decrease in revenue that we just don't. We have some projections, but those are just best guesses. And we don't know what kind of federal or state support we're going to be getting anymore. It's so up in the air. Yeah, it's just.
And final thing that just made me think of is I think one of the environmental factors that's really critical for everything we do is work that's going on in the community outside of just city government. And I think in this process, especially with the greater limitations COVID's creating on our revenues and the limits that we always have in terms of what we can do alone as a city government, is just those partnerships with community groups and how can we leverage our resources to work with the community to address these issues, I think is always really critical. And I actually think is a big asset for us is the amount of work that goes on in the community.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Well, one comment I guess that I would make is that I have been struck in the 9 months now that I've been on council I've been struck by the number of things that I didn't see coming. First of all, of course, is COVID. None of us saw COVID. It never occurred to me when I ran for city council that being an epidemiologist was going to be a requirement for the job. But I also didn't foresee the extent to which, the deaths of Breonna Taylor and George Floyd and others has catapulted the whole issue of police reform to the forefront in a way that it had not been a year ago, even really 6 months ago. It's really just been in the last 4 months. And so a lot of the things that we're starting to work on or have been monopolizing our time in the case of COVID, we just didn't expect at all. Had no idea, particularly COVID, that it was coming, and no sense that the political factors were going to change so dramatically that we would be in a position to be talking about some issues of, well, again, police reform is what I can keep coming back to. So it's just, whatever uncertain, we can't possibly list all the uncertainties, I guess is the point that I would make.
Yeah, thank you. It's definitely a challenge to try and think of all the things that a lot of these things fall into the quadrant of, you don't know what you don't know.
Yep.
A point well taken. So this is the backdrop on which we're moving into the conversation about what your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats are. I think many of these things can be in several of those categories as we move forward to start talking about what the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats are. So I want you to keep a pen in this because you can refer to it again later. We're going to send to the panelists the document that corresponds with the strengths of the organization and the council. And it looks very similar in terms of the layout, but this one is specifically with regard to strengths. And we'll do each one of these one at a time. What the strengths are, what the weaknesses are, what the opportunities are, and the threats are.
And
So
you can provide like just access again generally.
So, oh, give you the link again? Is that what you
No,
mean?
no, access to the, I have the link. It's giving me the same error message.
Okay, yeah, I need to change that setting. Thank you.
Because some of us are, I'm using a different computer than the one that I'm getting the chat from. So I just forwarded that link via email to myself, and I'm just working off of that centralized document. Because my Zoom computer is in the Zoom world.
Okay. Let me just change the settings here. Okay, so
What is the link are we supposed to, okay. What
right
link is connected to this?
now we're looking at the strengths, and I will.
Okay.
Did you put in the chat?
Says I don't have access to the file.
Okay, try the link I just posted for the panelists. And with the word edit.
Can we put it in that shared running notes document? That link? That just happens to be the one my other computer has.
Yeah,
oh.
Okay. I'll do
Sorry.
that. No worries, no worries.
Dr. Cozart, if you could, what I'm signed in as, I guess, for Google is sina4seville@gmail.com. And regretfully, I don't know how to do that through my Outlook account.
I think if she just gives general access to a document, we should all be able to use it regardless of which world we're in.
Okay, so I changed the link. If you click on, if you're in the document that's the running notes for session 1, and you get to the SWOT analysis, the strengths, if you click there, you should be able to get to the document where you can edit.
But then it says request access. You do not have access to this file.
Huh.
Same for me.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
I apologize for that. This is messing with me because I'm not doing anything differently. It might be because it's associated with my UBA account, which
Really?
bear with me.
Cut it out.
Can you try it now? Click the link in the document. And change the permissions.
No access.
Still the same?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we'll pivot. The question remains. We just won't fill in the boxes. We'll just have a conversation and Milena will take notes. Milena, do you have access to edit? Are you able to edit?
Yeah, I'm able to edit, yes.
Right. So instead of you all filling in the boxes, we'll do round robin and have a discussion that way. I apologize for the technical difficulty. We'll figure it out going forward. So when you think about the strengths in light of all of these environmental factors, and just thinking of the strengths of the city, the question that Milena has posted in the chat is, what are the strengths of the city of Charlottesville that you can leverage in the process and implementation of the strategic plan? So this is actually a question that we will round back to as we are working through the details of the strategic plan, but this is a prompting to start thinking about what are strengths that you can bring to bear on these decisions that you're making.
I would say our active community and the input that they have provided us and will continue to provide us. The activism, especially around issues related to racial equity. And the staff, we have, you know, a lot of talent, as has been stated before. So we don't usually have an issue once we ask for something with, you know, getting it done. And so the talent that we have on staff is definitely a strength.
Thank you. Thank you.
She took my first two items. So I was exactly the first two things I was going to raise. It's around just the engagement of our community and how strong that is and powerful and informed on a number of issues. And again, as Chrissy already chimed in, like staff ready to kind of help us even through this process specifically.
Thank you.
Another one of those strengths is that that we have a fairly stable and relatively recession-proof economy. I say relatively, nothing is ever entirely recession-proof, but we're in much better shape than many other cities of our comparable size.
Thank you.
I'd like to put out the creativity I see. A lot of times I see both from community, nonprofits, council members, our staff, but also an openness to trying new things often. I see a lot of people really trying to think through and think around and not always necessarily try to push through something, but instead see how we can maybe go around it, over it, under it, and not just pinning one form of thought on something.
Thank you.
I think there's a lot of, I've said this word earlier, but resiliency in the city. And I can just think about, there's some other municipalities who, you know, could have one thing erupt and it's like it kind of sets people back. Whereas I just feel like both in terms of a council as well as the stakeholders, both internal and external, like it just feels like we keep pushing forward, even in the face of a lot of headwinds. And that's just something that gives me confidence in this process as well, that we'll continue to push forward.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, we're doing popcorn at this point, I guess. I'm sorry, that wasn't my turn, but.
We're doing popcorn, you're right.
I mean, I just echo what others have said. I think a big strength is, you know, having a dedicated staff who are invested in the community and have a lot of, again, commitment and creativity and experience working on things. And I think that's something that is vital for us as a council leverage, because ultimately staff are implementing you know, our policies and our vision. As others have said, I think a huge asset is our community. And I think figuring out a way to connect the strength of our staff with work that's going on in the community is where we can have really exciting things happen and have already seen really exciting things happen. Like when I think about the work on Friendship Court redevelopment, public housing redevelopment, our climate plan, those are all involving organizations in the community like C3 with climate and FAR and the Friendship Court Advisory Committee. And I think there's just a ton of opportunities in areas like that. And I think it's a really big strength that we should build off of and continue to foster, because I think that's where the biggest opportunities come. I mean, like Lloyd mentioned, I think relative to other localities, like our economy is, stronger and more resilient than, say, maybe Buckingham County or Nelson County or Greene, who are already experiencing a lot bigger budget impacts than we have. And I guess a final thing would be, I think a big strength is that both in our community and on council, we have a real commitment to take action on these issues, and on the part of council, really caring about these issues. I talk to people in other localities around the state, and there's obviously a lot more that we need to do in Charlottesville, but there are a lot of localities in Virginia that I think do not have the commitment to take action on a lot of issues that we are committed. Even just a random example, like public housing redevelopment. Most localities around not just Virginia, but the country are looking to privatize their public housing and move forward in that direction. And it's just one example of, I do think we have a strength in actually wanting to take action on these issues, which isn't necessarily the case everywhere.
Thank you.
And kind of building off of just the more being kind of resilient to like just the economy and the ups and downs. I do think we do have like on the private side, we have a very resource rich community, and at times that cohort has stepped up. If I even use the example of the schools with all the PTOs kind of reaching out to the community to raise funds so that all students are having equal access to materials and things. It's just so quickly. And even we think about just the funding that came up when COVID hit, and a lot of private sector dollars came together to really help our most vulnerable populations. That's a strength of this community that I know that a lot of other municipalities don't have. So just that passion and that involvement from the private sector side is unique to Charlottesville.
Thank you. Thank you. I also invite all staff members to be full participants in this conversation. So don't feel like you have to hold back because you weren't elected.
I'd just like to chime in that we do have great staff here. We're working to build it. They're well educated. They're professional. They know what they're doing. It's a great team.
Thank you.
I would only add, I think we're appreciative of the compliments as staff, but any city is only as strong as its residents. And to echo the community comments, probably one of the things about Charlottesville that strikes me the most, and again, it gets to that refinement process, is this is a very intellectually active community. And so staff and council, we are exposed to a variety of viewpoints, a variety of ideas, and a variety of concepts that come to us. And I think that intellectual diversity that provides all of these ideas so that the council can enact policy and staff can effectuate is just it is the backbone really of what we do. We do value that, you're going to get in Charlottesville, when you're a city councilor, you're going to get the entire spectrum of ideas, and you're going to get a lot of them thrown at you. So it's not as if we have, a paucity of thoughts that we only act in a certain way all the time. Instead, we have a community that feeds us a lot of good ideas, and that helps start the engine on innovation internally.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else want to add any comments before we move on to weaknesses? Okay, so we're going to continue the conversation with our focus on weaknesses of the organization and the city that need to be considered. Again, I'm going to assume that the permissions issue is the same, and Melaine is going to continue to take notes as we respond popcorn style. So at this point, we're talking about weaknesses. If you have anything to add back to the strengths, we add that and make that distinction. So weaknesses.
Yeah, going back to my comments about what our strengths are, I think our weaknesses are also aligned. We have, while we have some, great staff members and staff who are, really there, the evaluation system to make sure that there's some kind of process for that, and to make sure that the ideas are aligned with what, the goals for the overall community. I think that's not always there is a weakness. Council, I think sometimes we struggle with being thrust into a conversation where I have, because I'm a Black woman, have lived every day in it. But this conversation around race and what does it truly mean to repair what has been broken for centuries, I think there's sometimes a come and go, not just from the council, but from the community as a whole. And we get in our own way of actually making the type of progress that we could make there. And even our very active community, while it's always welcome and I hope it never stops, I would hope that at some point individuals are able to look at the whole and start prioritizing those requests when they come before us based on immediate needs. And also, while we have some very active people from the activist community, one thing I even thought I would be more successful at on council is getting more people in front of city government and feeling like they own it just like anyone else would own it. And you often see the same individuals. And I have a lot of people who will, call me, stop me when I'm out. But in terms of them feeling like this is their government too, I have not even been successful in that. So being able to expand, I don't want to be a voice for people. I don't want to be the Black person in the room speaking for all the other Black people in the community. And I don't want to, always be the person advocating. I want to make sure that we can pull, and that people trust us enough to come out and to try things that they've never tried before. And because they never thought it was worth it, right? They just usually think people are going to do what they want to us. And then I had a fourth weakness when it comes back. I'll share.
I just want to fill out that really quickly because actually that was one of the I'm sorry's that I had written down earlier, but that was much lower down on the totem pole in terms of as a broader community. I'm sorry that we haven't been able to create an environment or find a way to engage the voices that we all, I think many of us talk to on a day-to-day basis out in, the less combative, I guess, environment than what people perceive our council meetings or other public sessions to be. And that's something I do think is a weakness. I feel that we haven't been able to really make that connection and get that broader engagement that we want. And how do we create that environment that's welcoming to people is a question I continue to wrestle with as we go through this. And then a little bit more functional, as I'm a very much a process person. And even before I was on council, my observations as a neighborhood leader were just really that there was a lot of lack of process. I know that Mr. Oberdorfer has talked about that and the work that's been done towards that. But until we really provide both the systems and the technologies for our workforce, we're gonna be having trouble using them as efficiently as possible. And so I feel that we still have some work to do and some investment to make in those areas, because I guess if you want to generalize the statement, it's really about, I think we're still pretty antiquated in terms of both the systems and the technologies that we have. And it's something we're working towards, but it's really foundational to the success of our staff. And in the COVID environment, it's become even more pronounced because everyone's having to work outside of more or less traditional means.
You're correct, Heather Hill, Councilman Hill. And I was going to mention that I agree with everything you just said. Technology is a downfall for the city at this point. And part of that is because even though I said earlier that we have great staff, we still have some staff that is complacent, that they don't want to change. And so when you try to bring in new changes, they shoot them down, sort of say. So we're working now as teams, through teams, little committees, put together to try to show the staff how great things could be if you look at it out of a different lens. Because one thing that I've seen coming into Charlottesville, because I'm new to Charlottesville, is a lot of staff here has never been outside of Charlottesville. So that's an issue. That's a weakness. And they're not acceptable to you bringing in outside stuff because they think you're stepping on what they've been doing for so long. So it's a slow process, just trying to get those who are complacent and happy with, oh, it works well, we don't need to change it. Well, we do need to change it because the technology is changing every day. Every day is changing. The current financial system we have is adequate, just like you mentioned. And I'm trying to get vendors in to show the finance people the new things that you can do out there, the new report creating, things that you wouldn't believe they can do because they haven't seen it, but they're trying to hold me down, sort of say. So I put together a team of staff and I've directed them to go out and you look at these programs, and then you bring them back to the other staff with the city so that they'll know what I'm talking about. Because right now I'm an outsider coming in. I don't have that trust in them, but the ones who are here who want to change, they're going out now, they're looking at those systems and they're bringing them back in and say, oh man, God, we could do this, and this. And so it's just trying to get a buy-in of those who are complacent and set and not doing any more than they have to do.
And I think that's, goes back to we're talking about weaknesses, but where we ultimately, even with doing this strategic plan, the vision that we're going to need individuals who are open,
Right.
And that includes us. Like, I am, as I stated earlier, and something that I would have changed, I'm so focused on looking at things through racial equity that sometimes I have made decisions that I had to later, regret. And I never changed that, but I've now had to put out like, what is the longer term consequence or something? So just being able to reevaluate yourself quickly so that you can say, yeah, this may be a way that I've always, done something, but here's where we're going, and hoping that people don't get, because we know that's human nature to get kind of stuck.
Right.
And it's working, and I show up and I can do my, job every day. And the previous council members, and I hope this council and any future city manager who's looking at us right now, processing if they would take a chance with us when they review like a video like this, that they understand that we want that type of innovation and creativity, and for staff to be respectfully challenged, and for new ideas to be brought to the table, because that's the only way that we grow. I remember Lisa our acting attorney at the moment, she was asked, I think, what a PCRB request. And she said our technology was dated, to the 70s. So they were requesting some from us. And she's like, I'm not trying to do this, but what you think can happen in 2019, our system is not in 2019. And so, that has been a weakness, because some of those other very important things that we listed in our previous exercise, we can't get those done if those systems are not up to date and if people are not willing to learn those processes.
That's correct.
So this is Keena. I didn't chime in on the strengths because so many people had already mentioned the strength of our staff and employees, but I do think that we could do a better job of bringing staff together and recognizing all that staff do bring to the table, celebrating each other. So I think going forward, if we could look at different ways to celebrate, we do appreciate what might be deposited tomorrow, but that's one form of appreciation, but even just recognition to let each other know what's going on in other departments would be helpful.
I would.
A nice combination of both weaknesses and opportunities, and we'll capture that in that way. Thank you. Councilman Payne, you were about to say something?
Yeah, I guess some things that come to mind is I think a weakness on the part of council is a lack of clarity or clear direction from council, I think, to staff in many respects. I think both when it comes to specific things at meetings and at a bigger picture level, we need to do a better job of providing more clarity and direction. So there's not as much trying to guess, like, where is council at? What is it they're looking for? I think a weakness is the lack of trust between city government and the community. There's a lot of reasons for that, a lot of legitimate reasons for that, that go back, a long time. But I do think it's definitely a challenge for us as a city. Ultimately we have to earn trust, but if we don't have that trust, it's harder to get collaboration on some things. And, especially for me coming in more from the outside and then being in this perspective on council more, inside city government, you see, it's definitely different. And I think it's really important to have enough trust where, people are trusting when we're saying that there's limitations in terms of our budget constraints, legal constraints, capacity restraints, that those are real and we're trying to navigate that. And we want to work with the community to navigate those constraints. It's not an attempt to avoid taking action or duck things that, there are real limits we face. And another weakness that came to mind is, I guess, sort of, I don't know how to frame it, but sort of like the focus of meetings. I think, like, at least for myself, I know at a lot of meetings, like, having a clear end goal in mind and having a discussion that's focused on outcome and decision points, and trying to have them meetings that don't go on really long. And so in some ways that's unavoidable, especially with things that are happening. But I think, meetings that aren't as focused on decision points and that go on really long, and, if we're going around in circles in our discussion as a council, is a challenge, big challenge for staff, which we heard, I think, in terms of work-life balance and in that impact. And it's also a challenge for the community, because you can't expect the community to be able to stay as engaged and follow everything if you've got meetings that last 8, 9, 10 hours. And I don't think it's fair to the community to expect that at midnight, 1 a.m., that we're going to be having important discussions going on that they can stay aware and engaged of. And it's also probably going to reduce our ability as a council to make good decisions if we're 9 hours into a meeting trying to make a decision at like midnight, 1 a.m. And I think that's been a recurring challenge, at least for me on council.
And I would add, I would second that. I guess I had a couple of thoughts. One, we've been talking about most of what we've been talking about in terms of weaknesses organizationally or sort of soft weaknesses. One of the weaknesses, and maybe this comes up more as a threat later on, I don't know, but just as I was talking as a strength was that we have a strong economy. We have a weakness in that we have aging school buildings that will have to be rebuilt or renovated or something at a cost of what has been variously estimated as $50 to $100 million that we don't have. And that's something we've got to deal with, and it's going to affect our budget decisions in a profound way for the next 5 or 10 years. As we try to figure out how we're going to deal with that. So that's the weakness to sort of counterbalance the strength of our otherwise good economy. One of the concerns that I have had, and I've expressed a number of different times, and now we're back to sort of the soft side of weaknesses. I think that council as a whole over the last couple of decades, it's not new to us certainly, council as a whole seems to have a very hard time making a decision be final. Every new idea is great. Happy to have new ideas, but that doesn't mean we're going to revisit a decision that we've already invested perhaps $1 million or $2 million in. We're not going to tear it up and start over again. I look, for example, at the Belmont Bridge, which, whatever else you may want to say about its design, we're now about 8 years beyond where we should be, and probably at least $10 million more than we should be. And we're back to the same, essentially the same design as before. So there are decisions like that that we have continued to revisit. And at some point, I just wish council would accept as a goal that we're going to try to make decisions that are final and that will stay final, and that unless there's some really compelling reason, we're not going to revisit.
So Mr. Payne mentioned, well, sorry, Mr. Snook mentioned the old school buildings, and I just wanted to chime in that some of our workspaces, even in City Hall, and probably some other city buildings, are not quite fit for today's needs, and that's one thing that we're working on, but everything just feels kind of piecemealed, and it's not a cohesive feel for staff.
Yeah, it's been piecemeal for about 60 years.
And I guess that's an opportunity for me to weigh in on infrastructure in general. As we inventory and assess our current state of, I guess, the equipment, and you look at, we have 75 signals with no replacement strategy other than we have a project that replaces it as part of the project. That's not how you manage assets. And so when you look at highway infrastructure or roadway infrastructure, you look at our fleet, our building inventory, things like that. We're nearing the end of service life on a lot of these items, and to say that the can has been kicked down the road is, I think, an understatement. And at some point, whether it's this council or another council, there's going to be a difficulty in resolving some of these long-standing issues. And I see that as being a weakness, from a financial perspective, but also in trying to deliver all of these different projects from a capacity standpoint as well.
I was just going to mention very quickly, and this kind of goes playing off back a little bit, just the balance striking that balance between in decision making, between transparency, thoughtfulness, and speed of action. It's a very difficult, and we don't always get it right. You know, it's sometimes we're taking too long to make decisions on something. Sometimes we're not putting enough. I mean, but then we can't have all three of those things at once. So it's trying to find that balance where the best of each of them is getting met. And that's not always successful. I know it's something I'm trying to learn personally. So, and yeah.
Just one last that came to mind is a weakness that every locality faces is just the constraints of our budget and our revenues and the very real constraints of being in a deal and roll state in terms of our legal authority. And I think it's it seems like it's been a challenge for council to clearly identify what those constraints are, and in our decisions to recognize the constraints, and then in every decision we make, recognizing what the relative trade-off is given those constraints. Because obviously we're a community that has a lot of expectations, a lot of legitimate needs. And as a locality, we can move the needle, but we have real constraints that Congress and, you know, to a lesser extent, the General Assembly don't have. And just acknowledging and evaluating those trade-offs is something that I think we have so many requests coming in that we want to deal with them all. And sometimes we forget that saying yes to something is going to create a trade-off in another area, and just fully incorporating that into all of our decisions.
And I would just add something that hasn't been brought up, but I know that Mr. Oberdorfer and the council have been really thinking about. And I noticed in the attendees, Mr. Ikafuna is here, and in 2018, he made a comment that our zoning ordinance was a wastebasket of errors, and that made the front page of the paper. And I only bring this up because we do have a zoning ordinance and comp plan that are they're out of date in effect, and we are working on both at this time as well as the strategic plan. But I think from the organizational viewpoint, the strategic plan serves a purpose, but we also have to understand that our comp plan, when that is finalized, is also going to help be one of those pieces in the roadmap of where the council wants to get. And we do right now. I mean, I would identify our comp plan and our zoning ordinance not right now aligning with where the council wants to go. And hopefully we can work on that in the coming months.
Thank you. Thank you. We can continue to add to those first two with the strengths and weaknesses. And we're going to open the conversation up to talk about what the opportunities are at this point. So as you think about what the opportunities are for the city of Charlottesville, for the strategic plan, for city council, what comes to mind? What do you want to record and think about?
I'll just jump, or go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I think COVID is giving us an opportunity we wouldn't have considered before. And that is really evaluating how much of our city work has to be done in office. And therefore, as we go forward, reevaluating how much of our in-person space do we need? And then also how can we wrap that up into also being benefits to employees, so that telecommuting in as many possibilities can happen, so that it's a kind of a benefit of working for the city of Charlottesville, that, you know, maybe your job can also be done mostly at home and you have to come in once a week or something. Meanwhile, also then reducing our footprint, which also reduces our carbon footprint. And I mean, this potentially, we could look at this as really reevaluating some things that hit a lot of our major goals. So.
I think a major opportunity is that for the first time in decades, there's Democratic control of the General Assembly in both chambers, who are more aligned with a lot of our goals. And last General Assembly session and in this special session, there have been a lot of actions taken that have opened up new possibilities for us. But I think, that composition could change any election, but should it stay that way, I think it does create a lot of opportunities to work with Delegate Sally Hudson and Senator Creed Deeds, who have been strong advocates for the city, to take advantage of that opportunity and expand what we're able to do.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments about opportunities?
When I say this word, it's not, this is more internally. I feel that, and I mentioned it earlier, that, as a council in working with city senior leadership, we have there's opportunity for us to better communicate among each other internally. I'm not speaking to what our communications team does. You do excellent work getting out there, but I'm talking about within the organization. And I think that's doing that well in the next couple of months, or however long we have this process go out, is going to be really important in the short term. Even building this plan is really effective communication and collaboration, and then obviously well beyond that.
One opportunity that I think we have to, we've recognized it as a problem for years, but it may be an opportunity in the coming year, is that with the consultant about to deliver to us, we hope, a revised zoning ordinance, a revised comp plan, or a housing strategy, that if they do their jobs well, and if we receive their product and handle it well, we may have an opportunity to create a unified strategy that we've never had the opportunity to sort of create all at once. And it may give us the opportunity, again, if we do it right, to really bring a lot of things together, and at a time when perhaps because of COVID and the rise of telecommuting and so on, it may help us all kind of rethink some major things about how downtown Charlottesville is going to end up looking. It's a problem. It's an opportunity. Every problem is an opportunity.
Thank you. Other comments on opportunities that you see?
Well, we do have the upcoming work session for boards and commissions, so there's an opportunity to reevaluate citizen engagement through that process and really streamline or figure out which priorities of council will be best addressed by some of these boards and commissions.
Thank you.
I think there are a couple of big opportunities out there. One is for the councilors, they're going to be hiring a new city manager, and that's an enormous opportunity for us organizationally. Whoever they decide to hire, I think can certainly be an asset to the community and city. But the other opportunity I'd point out that it takes two to tango, they say, but the county, Albemarle County with the urban ring, there's a lot of opportunity for collaboration in the coming years with Albemarle County. Obviously, there are always going to be political differences. You've got to bridge those gaps. But, I always make the point to folks, we look at Charlottesville, which is 10 square miles, and we say, well, population 48,000 folks. But I think Albemarle, and this is just an estimate, I think their urban ring is somewhere around 30 square miles. And if you look at population levels and you treated us as one locality, we're really the size of Roanoke. It's a much bigger, when you look at the geographic footprint, the urban geographic footprint, and you combine the urban ring of Albemarle County and the central city of Charlottesville and looked at it in one way, as one urban unit, you have a city the size of Roanoke there. And there's a lot of opportunities there for our citizenry and the counties as well.
Thank you.
And definitely echo that, as well as the comp plan and zoning rewrite. I think the comp plan and zoning rewrite are an enormous opportunity, particularly the zoning rewrite. That if we're committed to it and it comes to a good outcome, you know, it can make a huge impact. And COVID has highlighted the importance of that regional collaboration with Albemarle and UVA as well. And I think, you know, thinking ahead, even further outlying areas, like there's bus routes or commuter transit routes between, I think, even Stanton and Waynesboro in Charlottesville now. And final thing is, I think there's an opportunity for us as a council to better and more clearly communicate with the community the constraints that our decision-making faces in terms of our budgetary as well as legal constraints, and better communicating our rationale for decisions and how those constraints play into it. Because at least for myself, there's definitely decisions I have made and I haven't communicated the rationale behind the decision and some of the constraints we're facing. And when we're not proactively communicating with the community about those things, I think a lot of people, you know, our decision-making as a city can sort of be like a black box, and they're sort of like, where's that coming from? Why was that decision made, et cetera.
Thank you. Any other thoughts about opportunities? Well, as we move into the next section about threats, you might revisit some of the things that we talked about earlier with the environmental scan, or bring up something totally different. But when you think of the threats that the city faces, that you face as a council as you move through this process, what comes up for you?
COVID. Lingering forever. No, but for a while.
Mm-hmm.
I think, and this goes with our also, but it's hard to have a, you know, it's hard to kind of trust all the time the information that you're getting to be able to make a decision. It's hard to trust the intentions of, you know, staff sometimes, the community sometimes. And so you spend a lot of time like going back and forth about what someone's, you know, intention may have been. So I think that could be a threat to us actually creating the community that we want, is that, you know, there are some people who intentionally, I think, try to sabotage the process sometimes. And I have, you know, examples from almost every level, from the community level, council level, staff level. And I think that we all have to be committed throughout this process to building a healthy community, healthy relationships, and at least whatever we decide our, you know, mission, and those value statements that we make in relation to it, that we all, I hope, understand why we are doing this to eliminate that threat, so that we can start trusting the process that we are experiencing, and do what's best for, you know, the community. And with the full understanding that we are all in this community, we're all not starting from an equal, you know, playing field, and not always saying that every, you know, every decision requires the same amount of our time.
And I would definitely echo that. I think a huge threat is from the community and every level, lack of trust, which I think really is the base of us as a council being able to do our work, is having trust, honesty, and open communication, and everyone engaging in a good faith way that they believe that's how everyone's coming from. Because if we don't have that trust among council, if we don't have it from the community, if we don't have it in city government, then it's hard to do things, because people may really be trying to do what they believe is best and trying to do something, but if there's not trust, then it's hard to get there. And another threat, which is tied to one of our strengths, I think is actually the strength of our economy and the growth of office space, especially Class A office space, and the presence of the university. It gives us a good economy, but especially with by right development, I think when it comes to housing, it's our biggest threat of displacement, and that this economic growth will be concentrated in the hands of a very few amount of people, and it won't lead to real community wealth building. And I think again, COVID may disrupt it, but as our economy continues to grow and we become a space that's attractive for new tech businesses and office space, that there's an enormous threat that we, as a city, sort of just become a playground for the wealthy employees working in those industries and at the university, and all our service sector employees and people who have lived here for generations are forced to either completely move away from the city or move into Buckingham, Waynesboro, Stanton, and commute into the city because of how that economic growth plays out.
Thank you. Any other thoughts about threats? So as we continue this conversation, Malena, if you could share the document where you've been taking notes, I invite you to do a scan of what has been shared to make sure that your points have been captured. And if looking at the document, anything new comes up for you. So you can look at it on the screen here, or you can go to the document itself with the link that we provided previously. Malena, can you change the view and enlarge it a little bit? It'll be right under the running notes options where the title is. So again, you can look at the document on your own, or you can take a look at it on the screen. And if you have anything that you want to add or edit, let us know that. It's this part begins on page, what is it, page 4? Any comments or changes? So you'll have a chance to look at this as well after our session today. And if anything comes up, you're welcome to add. As we think about, we just spent time doing an environmental scan, taking a look at the broader parts that would impact the work. We look specifically within the organization and how that part is impacted. And I just want to invite you to do a little dream building with me for this next section. This is this is an opportunity for you to think about what is possible and what can be said of Charlottesville 5 years from now. So this next activity that you're going to do is imagine a magazine cover. So this is the community vision and aspirations aspect. So when you think about, if there was, actually I said 5 years, but it's actually 10 years from now. I want you to think 10 years out. If there was a magazine cover that featured Charlottesville, I want you to envision what that headline would be. What would be the headline for that magazine? What would be the sidebar / subheading? And if there were quotes included in that, what would the quotes be and who would they be from? And what would be some images that would capture the essence of Charlottesville 10 years from now? So Melanie's going to place that into the chat. And you're going to spend some time daydreaming, dream building, and coming up with what do you think will be said of Charlottesville 10 years from now? Thinking about all of the unknowns, the opportunities, the threats, the strengths, the weaknesses, the societal factors, taking all that into account. So we're dreaming with reality, and yet we can still dream. So I invite you to think about, what would that magazine story be about? What would it say about Charlottesville? And what would be some quotes that could be included, and who would those quotes be from? So take about 5 minutes for this part, and we'll come back together and share what we were able to aspire to in our imagination. So right now is 2 at 2:47, we will start to share. Questions are
Selena, I didn't hear the last few 30 seconds or so of what you said.
Oh, okay. I apologize. So my internet just told me it was unstable. So has placed the questions that I was stating into the chat about, you're going to dream build and imagine that there is a magazine cover. There is a feature on Charlottesville in 2030. And so you're going to envision what that headline would be. What are they going to talk about in this magazine about Charlottesville? What are the subheadings? What are some quotes, and who are they from?
I see the questions, but you said something after that, after telling us what the questions were, in terms of what you're expecting from us and how long we have for it.
Okay, so I was just saying, just taking the conversations that we've had about the external environmental scan, along with the SWOT analysis that we just participated in. Take all that into consideration and imagine what can be said of Charlottesville 10 years from now.
Okay, and you want an answer by when? That was the part I missed.
5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay.
It's a nap, not a full night's sleep dreaming. If you need more time, just put, use the, I think you have, can you wave your hand or something? I don't see the options at the bottom, but if just on the screen, if you need more time, just wave at me. Is there anybody who needs more time? Okay, so let's have a little fun with this. What are some of those headlines that you dreamt up about Charlottesville 10 years from now? Subheadings and quotes.
So my headline is public housing redevelopment is a success. What happens when a city comes together?
My headline was City of Trailblazers, with a similar subheading around just the collaborative nature of getting us paving the way for new paths forward.
So mine is focusing on equity. Charlottesville is surpassing its environmental goals.
Charlottesville on the list of the 10 best places in America to live.
I have Charlottesville, a city where everyone thrives.
So I have Charlottesville, a city of contrasts, and the sidebar would be, or the subhead would be, low-income housing sits across the railroad tracks from high-tech hub. And my quote was from Alex Zan: "I'm trying to inspire our young people to make the jump to tomorrow."
The headline I had, Charlottesville, a model of community wealth building. The subheading, city implements policies to uplift entire community.
I had a headline that said, "Looking for inclusive and sustainable growth, come to Charlottesville, Virginia."
You all are a lot more optimistic than I am.
I know if we had time, we would do personality traits just to kind of see where we all land. Do some of those.
I was supposed to be realistically dreaming.
Yeah, it's dream building, right?
Absolutely.
Headline, socialism established in Charlottesville.
Be a full 10 years, huh? Okay, so I appreciate you all putting some thought into that. I'm just curious, like, what was that like for you to come up with that headline? What were you considering when you came up with your headline? We talked about a lot.
Trying to think about some of the things that I know are going on now and where they're headed, and really hoping that they succeed in, you know, because my sideline on this was Charlottesville embraces two major challenges identified across our country by working where both issues intersect. And I mean, we have a lot of, like we heard from Brandon with FAR earlier, you know, we have made this commitment to public housing, and also that it's done in a way that isn't poorly built, so that hopefully that will be bringing together, you know, if a well-built environment for somebody who is on a lower income also then means that it means all sorts of things. It means positivity for our green environment. It's positivity for our social environment. And it's like focusing on bringing everyone up and hope, and maybe it is optimistic, but I think we're actually trying to get there.
And likewise, I was thinking of a lot of things that are underway, like the redevelopment of public housing, redevelopment of Friendship Court, things like the city's GO program to connect people with job opportunities in our renewable energy sector, community gardens, community land trusts, and how all these different things may be connected as part of how are they connected in different ways, and how they may be connected as part of a bigger vision of community wealth building and what it may look like for all these different things to be successful and to make connections between them.
Thank you. Anybody else want to weigh in on what they were thinking about when they engaged this headline?
For me, it was knowing that, you know, this having a space, healthy spaces for individuals, you know, to raise their families in is something we should all consider a right. And therefore it should be a, you know, a priority. And making sure that, you know, because we've had generations of families living in spaces where we haven't honored that they deserve that right, that we should, you know, proceed with a sense of urgency. And just from knowing personally how important it is, what I hear a lot of people not having, that my mother and grandmothers afforded me, was having the, even without a lot of resources, having that place to called home that was full of love, that you felt welcome, and understanding today that you hear less and less of that. And a lot of it is tied to the oppression that people experience, and just wanting them to be able to walk in to their home and feel like they're in a community that honors them, and that they can see it based on the structures of that space, and the commitment that was made to make sure that space existed.
The thought process I was going through, I've always been, I've been a believer, and I may continue to be a believer that when we work together, and this community has a ton of energy and passion, that when I think we have a lot of the same goals, but different ways about achieving our goals. But if we can find a way to all work together, that I really believe that we can be the trailblazers for so many things, whether it's environment or equity, achieving our housing goals. But it is going to take a community working in concert with each other and not dividing each other. So that was an impetus that was my thought process that I went through to get to where I was.
So I am an optimist. So I guess the way I approach this is that success looks different for everyone, and opportunities that have historically been available for some, to me in the future, that's what I want Charlottesville to look like, is opportunities available for everyone who wants to succeed in whatever way they want to succeed. I don't assume that, well, I know public housing is a priority, but I don't assume that everyone who's in public housing always wants to be there. So whatever their success looks like, whether it's, you know, having that stable home environment there where their family can come, as Mayor Walker stated, or whether they have aspirations to do something different, just providing those opportunities.
And if I can just share, when you asked us to label, like, what are the quotes in the paper, my quote from activists 10 years from now is, white families still own more homes than Black families. It's a start, redevelopment, but we can do better. So, you know, it's still the understanding that there are still layers to just this process of how to create that equity in every level of housing in this community. So I have it there from the activist quoted in 10 years.
Thank you. Did everybody chime in that wanted to? Okay. So we're going to take a quick break right now. And in that time, when we come back, we're going to look at the documents that have been shared with me that highlight the organizational mission and values, and the City Council vision for 2025. All of this is leading toward us being able to really look at the strategic plan with all of these different factors in mind. So, so we're moving in that direction, and I appreciate your attentiveness and contributions. We're going to take a 10-minute break at this time. We will return at 3:10.
We do 3:15.
We can do a whole 15 minutes. I know.
All right. Thank you.
But that wasn't going to work. And
Thank you.
15 minutes is going to feel like an eternity.
Okay.
Go for it.
I got to go check on homework.
That those extra 5 minutes felt like an eternity, didn't they? Well, I'm just teasing. Glad to see most of us are back. Thank you for honoring the time. I just want to remind you that, you can take whatever bio breaks you need. If you need to stand up and move around, by all means do that. Keep the blood flowing and circulating for your own wellness. So several different documents were forwarded to me with regard to the mission and values of the organization known as the City of Charlottesville. This is the one we're going to work with now. These are, the heading for this is organizational values. Can you just scroll it down a little bit, Melina? Just so people can see the top of it. This organizational values PDF, the link to it is in the chat so that you can look at it on your own screen. We have it up here for now so that you can get oriented to what we're going to be using for this next conversation about organizational mission and values. So what we're going to do here, we're going to do something that's the close cousin of wordsmithing, but not quite as intense. And that is that what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at each one of these circles one at a time. And this is why it's important for you to click on that link so that you can see it up close and take a look at it. But the goal here for our time is we're going to start with leadership, and then we're going to work clockwise through trust, creativity, excellence, and respect. We're going to look at the language that is here under organizational values, and the 3 questions I want you to consider, which are also in the chat, are: 1, what language would you keep? When you look at this, you're like, that sounds good, I like it. I think, I could endorse that going forward. When you look at it, what must go? When you look at something, you're like, this is not really where I see us going, or I'd like to see us pivot or do something different. So what would you strike out? What must go? And then what can be changed? When you look at something, you're like, yeah, I could get behind that, but I would offer this change. So those are the 3 lenses with which you're going to be looking at these circles. We're going to start with leadership. So when you click on that document, you're going to look at the language that is included here. Sorry, my dog is getting busy where she shouldn't be. So we're going to just spend a couple of minutes here with leadership, and you're going to answer these 3 questions. Does anybody have any questions about what is in store for us over the next few minutes with this document? Was somebody coming in?
Dr. Cozart?
Yes.
I see that Ms. Hamill is still listed as a panelist, and wanted to ask council, would you all like for Chrissy to participate in this exercise, as she has a lot of facility with these terms and how they were developed?
Yes, of course. That's that's fine. I also would, if all 5 of these changed, and even if this, how this was presented changed, if the layout was different, if there were arrows instead of these circles, like all of those type of things, I hope that we are thinking about while we do this. I think that's it. That's all I have.
Okay. So I like the point that you're making. You're thinking about the relationship between these things, how one feeds into another, how one impacts another. And we'll continue that conversation as well. So Anybody else have any questions or things they want to highlight? And even as we talked about Ms. Hamill still being here, I don't know if you have anything you'd like to share with us as we dive into this document, maybe the history of how it was produced, or how it's been used since its production, if you have any information about that.
Thanks. So again, these were items that came up from the team and went to council and received a blessing from council. We've used them in a couple of ways. To Mayor Walker's point, this is just one visual of several that we've done. One of the more creative ways that we use these, as I think someone mentioned, a tie-in with employees is, and recognition to employees, is that we actually use these for the Doing Good program for employees. And when we were in City Hall, and still, I assume, you'll see these values posters hanging around City Hall, and employees who noticed other employees doing something that was an example of one of these, they could make a nomination. And then once a quarter, we had the poster child, if you will, of these values, and they were hung throughout City Hall. So this was one of the more visual ways that we were able to tie the strategic plan to employees and get them involved in thinking about it. But other than that, I think, however you choose to use them or display them is, totally up for change.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions or comments for Ms. Hamill? Okay, so thank you for that background and feedback of how this document has been used. So just thinking about this language, because part of the consideration as we move into the strategic planning documents themselves is these same three questions. We'll be revisiting them. What language would you keep? What must go? What can be changed to reflect the values of this council and the staff? So,
and I'm trying to, go ahead.
Go ahead. You have a question or comment?
Yeah, I'm trying to find a visual, but I'm hoping that we can create either the circles within the circle to make sure that we see that everything is connected, so that's one of the ways, or you can have kind of the core values in the middle. You can have the circles, and then you have the arrows going to every circle to let you know that everything is interconnected, and that interdependency is the main factor. And that's when, I know the lines are here, but I think if we can just think about that some, and I'm going to look for examples. And
I keep seeing a
Well, but-
five-pronged Venn diagram with Charlottesville in the middle.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I keep seeing like a 5-circle Venn diagram with Charlottesville in the middle. Like, you take each of these circles and the overlapping that way, and that's that space in the middle where all 5 of them overlap is Charlottesville. Does that make sense to anybody else but me?
Yeah, I think the power of visuals is that we get to see it. I think I know what you're talking about. So, and we can talk about layouts and things that really help to convey the message as well. And for our time right now, we're going to look at the words, and we can certainly be creative about how we display the words and how they're related to each other in the work. So we'll start here with leadership. So if you click on the link and you pull it up yourself, you'll be able to see this in a little more clearly. If you start with the language of leadership and just consider, what is it that you would keep? What would you change? What would you take out? So let's spend the next 3 minutes on leadership.
you want us just to talk as we go, or?
I want you to, this is going to be akin to, if we were
So
doing it.
answer those 3 questions right now separately, and then, okay. Then we'll report back, okay.
In my imagination, if we were together, we would do a think, pair, share, which would be you would think about it, you talk with one person, and you share with the group. We're going to share as the large group given the amount of time we have left for the day. So think on your own, and then we'll share it with the larger group. Let's take another minute and then we'll come together. Okay, we're taking a look at the language under leadership with commitment, dedication, and the pursuit of a sustainable and resilient community. We balance the needs and interests of all of our decision-making. Of all in our decision-making, I'm sorry. We clearly communicate our vision and goals throughout the organization. We foster an organizational culture that encourages strategic thinking, initiative, and strong performance. So what of that language would you keep? And I think the question is there, but instead, would you keep that heading as leadership?
And I wonder if it was possible for us to spend maybe a few minutes, if we're leaving it at 5 values, but if we all had made a list of what, like if those are not the same or if they are the same, but if they're not, what would they be? And I would be interested in hearing from the counselors what, and even the staff that's present. And I think it's definitely something that we may have the directors do before we meet again. Just what if you were creating new values and we didn't keep these ones, what would your list look like? Is that something we could?
Yeah, so we can definitely pivot and pull the lens back a little bit into the language. Would that be a suggestion that would work to get to what your suggestion is, Mayor Walker, that we would take a look in general, just say, are these the values that you would
Yeah,
articulate?
when I think whether we would even, like you said, would the leadership still be, the chosen word for this? And I think it may be helpful if every counselor had a moment to think, to share maybe like we did with the other things, what their list would be. If they were coming up with if this didn't exist and we were coming up with a fresh list, what would that look like?
Well, that would be an interesting pivot. We can certainly do that. And I just want to check in with everybody. If you understand what this change is and you're agreeable to it, what we're talking about is putting this conversation about leadership on pause for a second or two and having a conversation about if you were making this document or something similar today, would you have these same organizational values or would you have something different listed or give it different names or different perspectives? So with that,
We have different ones. I think.
So what,
No, I would.
we can have a preliminary conversation about it now. I know that if we were actually coming up with all of them right now, I would like to give you more time to think about it. So what we can do is have a preliminary conversation about what your values would be if you were making this document. And we can certainly revisit it again after you've had more time to think about it. So let's treat this like a brainstorm. And you can think about if you had 5 that you listed, that you would go ahead and come up with those and then we'll share out what those 5 would be for you.
And I can share. I have
Yeah, Walker, we can give people a chance
to
reflect just a little bit and you'll be the first one on. So I'm gonna give you all another 3 minutes to contemplate this question of what would your 5 be? If you were starting this, would it be the same 5? Would it be a different 5? Would it be some combination? So just take a few minutes and think about that. At 3:37, we'll come back together. Okay, I know this isn't the sum of your thinking on this, but this will get us started in the conversation. So, Mayor Walker, you have the first option here.
Yeah, I can go last. I was just giving, I thought that we were starting then, so I can wait.
Thank you.
I wouldn't mind if you go first if you have given it so much thought, if you've given it more thought. I mean, I'm happy to chime in with my thoughts, but.
Okay, well, I think they all would be really different. I'm just interested. I had, I have on mine racial equity, wellness, connection, and responsibility was possibly replacing connection, innovation, and success were my 5.
All right, some words that I have, I may have more than 5, but integrity, innovation, equity, drive, collaboration, and accountability. Not saying there are a few values, those are just words that were coming to my mind based on what, just my own thoughts. But I'm still struggling with that leadership, what that represents. Is there another word besides leadership? I didn't really cover that base, but.
I was kind of coming at it. I hadn't, obviously 3 minutes is not a lot of time to kind of like but almost in the flipping of the leadership role instead as to like a servitude role. The idea that the city, that we are servants of the people of Charlottesville. And also kind of mixed with like ownership and almost like flipping that instead of, I don't know. I'm struggling with this still and kind of exactly the right words of what I'm looking for to express what's in my head.
And that's fine. This is going to be the first brush, and this will be part of your homework going into our next session together. So don't feel like this has to be the be all end all. This is an opener.
Can I ask, Mayor Walker, would you repeat slowly what you said? I got some of it, not all of it.
Yes. I have racial equity, wellness, connection or responsibility, innovation, and success.
I'd only add the word stewardship.
And Councilor McGill smiled and pointed. I think she's excited about that word.
I think that's where I was going with the servitude, knowing that that wasn't quite, but I kept thinking back to this style of management and leadership style with the, but yes, stewardship, I think, and thank you.
I thought maybe, Sina, you were going for Tony Bennett's servanthood.
I'm gonna mess with it some more. But I had also put down receptive and responsive as kind of fitting in places somehow. I think trust, but maybe instead trustworthiness. So.
Well, we already have trust on there, so.
I guess I had a hard time trying to come up with words as if it doesn't exist, because I can't knock it out of my mind that it does exist. So I just kept thinking about what does exist. And I feel like, like other integrity, service, results. But at least with what I come up with, I just felt like it's the same, functionally the same thing, just a different word, and at least in what I came up with. So I don't really have anything.
Okay. The first brush, it's okay. Anybody else want to weigh in?
I'll just say that I don't have any problems with the way that it was articulated on the document we've already got. That's not to say that I would reject other people's suggested changes, but as I looked at it, I said, hey, it looks good to me. I don't know.
Anybody else want to weigh in? Knowing that you haven't had a whole lot of time to think about it, I offered this as homework going into our next session for you to think about those items. Like what would, if you were making this from scratch, what would yours look like? Any other comments in that regard?
I was just going to add that looking at this from staff, respect, trust, and creativity seem to still speak to me based on what I've heard council say today. I felt like leadership and excellence were a little bit strong given where we've been and where we are. And so just listening to what other people said, I think collaboration may be a better word instead of leadership or something like that. And then also in terms of service, I had that word, and then when Sina started talking about service as serving the citizens, that was sort of a different twist because I was more leaning towards what John was saying in relation to stewardship. So, you know, I think service sort of lends two different angles there. But then accountability is a good one too.
And I would only point out to kind of build on Chrissy's point. The term leadership, I think, I don't want to get too much into management theory, but obviously I think more and more we're looking at collaborative models of leadership in all sectors. And, you know, I think about some of the things Paul's done with our development process, for instance, and how he's trying to better collaborate among departments in the development process. And I think we really, as a city, rather than the hierarchy of, you know, the old org chart with 50 boxes, it might be better, you know, leadership certainly can imply that to others, and we should try to look at something more. I mean, maybe collaboration is the best word, I don't know, but a value that says, you know, we're trying to connect the council, the staff, and all the components of the departments to achieve goals, and leadership, again, it can imply the wrong message.
Yeah, and that made me think pretty much just in agreement. You know, operations and management are my bailiwick, however you pronounce that word, but it would seem like a conversation that comes up on so many issues is like collaboration across departments, collaboration with the community on like our climate goals, housing goals, to break out of silos to not just within departments in the city, but community collaboration as well.
And I was just inspired with that word just because I've just felt that historically that the city has been pretty siloed. And I agree that there have been steps taken to kind of break those barriers down, but it certainly has to be in our future, in our vision, to be working more cohesively together and we're not competing for resources. We all are sharing this resources. How do we best leverage those resources to achieve our goals working together?
And I would add integrity is integral to that.
I also find that integrity is part of trust. And it's like we've got, yeah.
So did you turn your mic off?
Yes.
Are we still talking to us?
No.
Oh, okay. No, I just wasn't sure if you were still talking.
No, I
Because
know.
for me, I had like kind of an arrow between like integrity and trust were very similar, but the word integrity just was more powerful to me. And then similar, like the innovation was more powerful to me than just creativity, but it's along the same kind of vein.
It's funny, if you look under creativity, innovation is in the context box of it.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, didn't even look at that.
Accountability is in the context box.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing for, to Mayor Walker's point, for equity is in the respect description as well.
Yeah, but it's something so powerful about making sure that it is bold and big and clear, which, you know, and that are even once, you know, very interested once we get to the goals sheet too, you know, being able to express that clearly. And when people pull these documents up, it's not just, oh, clearly who wouldn't be doing it, that it's clear that we are doing it and not assumed based on these other values, but that is clearly stated and there's power in that.
I agree. And I think that's sort of how what that goal morphed into. And I think equity may be a better word than respect.
Anybody else want to weigh in with their words that may not have already done so? Okay. So we will revisit this. You can consider this homework to continue thinking about this. Milena has been capturing the comments in the running document, so you'll be able to take a look at that in the interim. But just keep thinking about what would you do differently. So if we could return to our conversation about the language under leadership, and we'll just use this as a way of thinking about how it's been used in this whole document, and the wording has been used in the past to some success, and just being thoughtful about what would you change or what would you keep in order to continue the things that are working well and to innovate in the places where things might not have been as wonderful as they could have been. So let's take a look at this language under leadership and return to the 3 questions, which is what language under leadership would you keep? If you named it something else or talked about it differently, what would you keep? What would you take out? And what would you change?
Well, if it even started out with, we serve with commitment, dedication, and the pursuit of sustainable and resilient community versus we lead, I mean, or something in that direction.
Okay, shifting from lead to serve. I hear that. Any other thoughts about that language under leadership?
So just any feedback on that section?
Okay.
Is that what we're asking? I'm sorry. I'm like thinking too. I feel like some of the words that we were talking about earlier, when we think about we lead, we serve with commitment, whatever, dedication, the pursuit of, I think that the community we want to describe, instead of, in addition to being sustainable and resilient, is also healthy and equitable. So in the pursuit of a healthy, equitable, sustainable, and resilient community. And then we clearly communicate our visions and goals throughout the organization. Somehow I want to work accountability into that. Or maybe it's other, we foster a culture that encourages strategic thinking, initiative, and strong, and accountability that meets the needs of our community. And a culture that also encourages equity. Sorry, I wrote down a lot of notes.
That's fine.
So I do like the word serve under the leadership piece, but I can also see where that word lead would mean we are leading the way on, what's to follow there.
I had a sentence acknowledging through thought and action equity within our community.
Mr. Blair, were you coming in?
I'm still thinking, when I look at this sentence, we balance the needs and interests of all in our decision making. There's a question that comes to mind, and I mean, it's a broader philosophical question than just that, but the term balance, there's something about that seems a little bit, I don't know. We're trying our best here to say we have 5 values and these lead our way. And I don't know what the ultimate vision of council is, but I'd really like every city employee to, I know it sounds very 20th century, but to have a card with these 5 values on their desk or in their wallet or in their purse or wherever. And so that, instead of saying we balance, we have, when we think about decisions, when we want to truly execute council's policy and vision, we have these 5 words and they should guide us. Now maybe we're talking about balancing the 5 values, but that sentence just seems very arbitrary for leadership.
I had actually crossed that one out.
That line could actually fall into the category of equity once that description is formed, and taking into consideration the needs of all, or prioritizing.
Agreed.
Any other thoughts on leadership before we move on?
So in my thoughts, if we took out leadership entirely and instead said, let's say stewardship, and then say acknowledging that we are stewards, that the Charlottesville City organization is stewards of the people and of the land around us. Knowing that, we are making, that when we are making our decisions, we are leading the way with thought for our people and thought for our land, knowing, bringing in the environmental piece to this, and that we are holding the land in trust and that we are serving at the trust of our citizenry. And looking, kind of building on that stewardship. That's kind of where I'm going with that.
I'd echo that when I was thinking of the word, and I also think it's a powerful word because we're also stewards of the public trust and the public purse. And, we're stewards of the earth and these as well. And I think stewardship does convey a sense of gravity and responsibility on each of us, that we are responsible for each other and hopefully entrusting us to make better decisions so the future can be better.
This conversation reminds me of one of the things I said during the opener, which was that to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land, the Monacan Nation, and how we are the current stewards of the land, custodians, if you will. So that's another way to think about it. So anyway, so as a facilitator, this resonates. Just thought I'd say that.
Sort of connected and building off of that, I guess, is the only amorphous thought, very amorphous thought I had is related to the leadership, like a little bit earlier, who we were talking about framing it maybe less as like leadership from the city and more like collaboration with the community. And I think stewardship fits into maybe thinking about it more that way. But anyway, that's the only thought I had.
Thank you. So we'll get a chance to revisit this. We've just got a half hour before the public comment section. So we're going to move through the other ones. Sina has a drawing that she wants to share with us, Councilperson McGill. Can you?
That's just kind of the Venn diagram thing I was talking about before, and how it's like becomes like 5 petals of a flower and they all end up circling right in the center here, and where they cross section all of them. That's all.
It looks like an atom too, so that's another way of thinking about it too. You could play with that for a while. Thank you for bringing that to life for us. Appreciate that. So let's look at the next one with the same idea. We're going to talk about, look at the language around trust. If there's something you would use instead of trust, you can offer that. And just looking at the language there to say, well, what resonates with you? What would you keep? What would you get rid of and move on from? And what would you edit or change? Just take a couple minutes to peruse that. We'll go into more depth the next time we get together. But when you're ready, I'll give you a couple minutes here and then you can start sharing what you think about this section of So who wants to share their thoughts about trust, about this language here?
Well, this is the one that I think I would prefer the word integrity over. I looked up something where it kind of describes that trust is the degree to which you can predict someone or something. Integrity is behaving in accordance with morals, ethics, and values. So I just feel like for some reason the word integrity is just more encompassing to me of what I'm thinking of as far as our values. But I do appreciate what's in here. The words accountable are important. Open, whether that's the word is transparency or open. Honest and direct communications are words that I resonate with in this section. But again, that word integrity is really just sticking with me. The ethical part of that.
And that was pretty much the thought I had as well. I still think trust is a powerful word too, but whether like trust is a goal of what the city is trying to earn and integrity is the value that leads to earning trust. And then the only other thought was there's the sentence in there about stewardship, and maybe if leadership went in that direction, like encompassing that within that rather than integrity, but I don't know.
I think somewhere in there, we also need to bring about somehow and that we welcome and expect transparency and questioning from staff and public, that we want people to be questioning.
I think if we change the word to the collaboration, one of the words, then that would be where that would probably go.
So Mayor Walker, you're saying change trust to collaboration?
No, I'm just commenting on what Councilor McGill just said. And I think I like the integrity versus the trust too. But if we were changing the categories and using collaboration somewhere here. I think
under collaboration would be the transparency questions from staff and the community.
Maybe instead of excellence, it's collaboration.
Can't jump ahead too far.
I'm not sure what changed specifically, but would you be open to some change that talks about in the first sentence, we are accountable to the community, but changing that somehow so that it's the community and ourselves as staff and council? This seems to be more outwardly focused. Is there a way to change it so that it's all encompassing?
Yeah, and I hope that we could come up with something that expresses that we're all accountable to one another.
I think that definitely makes sense to include the organization and council plus community.
I'm just curious for Ms. Hamill, what you're talking about did go through my mind as well, sort of. I do understand wanting to replace the word integrity or trust with perhaps integrity, but, Mayor Walker, earlier today you were talking about kind of the intent of the information sometimes that council receives from staff. And part of that broader conversation is you all have to trust what staff is giving. You have to believe that the intent behind the information you're getting is in good faith and is meant to assist you. And I was just wondering, for Ms. Hamill, was any of that discussed about kind of council receiving information and execution from the staff and feeling like they have to have trust in the product that's being produced?
I don't recall any specific conversations about that. I don't know, Brian or Paul, if you recall or want to weigh in. I do think from my personal take on this one is this is a little bit of the growing pain, is that as we worked through these, at some point we looked at the strategic plan as more outwardly facing. And then when we got to these values and we wanted to apply them to the organization, that's why I brought this point up. But, and I think you make an excellent point, but I don't remember that specific conversation.
Any other comments during this round about trust? I mean, keeping in mind that we're going to come back to this in our next session. Okay, well, let's move on to creativity. There's been some conversation about whether or not that word would stay or go. And just for our attendees who are not part of the panel, we will have a time for public comment at 4:30. So I see that hand, but we will acknowledge that at the end of this session. So again, creativity, looking at that language, we value innovation and the pursuit of excellence. We are a solution-oriented, problem-solving organization. We share ideas and use collaborative strategies to achieve efficient, effective, community-focused results.
This is the one where I felt like innovation was a more heightened word to actually have the headline. I do see the word collaborative in here, but I still think it might have a place of its own in this whole mix.
Yeah, I agree with maybe replacing that one. I mean, innovation is in the first line, but I think putting, I mean, with the words, if we did any of this to the extent that any of these words exist, then we would be on the right path, right? And so I think that's something that, we all have to acknowledge, but it's, what's in bold it's very important.
So in the word value, it says we value innovation, and I think part of showing that it is valued would be rewarding innovation. So having some systems in place that would do that, and also providing systems that people know how to present those ideas.
And we did have a version of that. And I'm not sure if it's been on hold, but I used to go and listen to those presentations from staff. And one of the ideas that came up that was easy to more tangibly follow through on was when we actually moved our consent agenda to the top of the meeting, because staff was sitting around through, over an hour of public comment, not knowing if the chance they might not have a consent agenda item that was going to be pulled. And so we changed that. And it was just like, there was a system in place to bring out, it's just one example, but there was a lot of innovative ideas that have come out from that. And I'm just not sure what happened with that rhythm. I know that it was something that Ms. Beauregard oversaw for some time. But I really enjoyed those opportunities to hear from staff and their thoughtfulness, but I digress. But I do think I agree, Keena, that's something that we should be having be part of our processes internally and with the support of council.
I would agree with that. I guess the only thought I had is, I guess like a lot of these things, like the, different words can have the same meaning. To me, I like creativity. I don't have anything against innovation. I think they're very similar. To me, I associate innovation with like, at least when I hear the word, I think like tech innovation and that kind of thing, where I think is creativity, to me encompasses maybe more things in terms of creative collaborations and creative initiatives and programs and things like that. But I think both convey very similar things.
I think one thing, I think that's been kind of brought up here on the periphery, but is that no matter what we end up putting down here, we have to then make that next step of how are we making sure these values are showing up in our day-to-day operations? How are we encouraging this? How are we, again, a way to reward staff for creative and innovative ideas that change our practices. We need to also think through that next step as how does this become more than just a document on a piece of paper?
Well, I don't know, and maybe Chrissy or Paul, maybe this has been done. I know we've had rewards in the past. I know we've had some award ceremonies, but I I don't want to create the Charlottesville city government Oscars, but one thing you think about is like an annual award for each value, and sort of a ceremony for the employee. But I know we've had something similar, but I don't know that, have we ever had one where each value gets its own annual award?
I think the Doing Good program was a spinoff of something very similar. The Create the Day that Heather was referring to was something that was similar. The posters were another way. And then also I've been reminded that these are an integral part of employee evaluations. And although we don't have a whole systemic evaluation process, as we know, that needs work, but there is a foundation that uses these values as part of that.
I didn't want to imply that this hasn't been happening in some way, just more of my lack of knowledge. And again, COVID kind of took me sideways on a lot of my learning on what's going on.
Well, I think it's fair to say too that the success of your plan is the ability to relate it to employees and the public. And we found out through several iterations of this is that, when we first started, we weren't doing a lot of that. And so it was living with only the people who were on the team or when we were talking to council, and that was the extent of it. But now as more and more localities are using strategic plans, it's now a requirement in a lot of our award certifications for both the budget and I'm assuming for the CAFR before long it will be coming along. I think we do need to find ways to get it out in the forefront and make it simple, clear and simple.
I see the strategic plan in a lot of ways. When you're doing an employee evaluation, you can either just be checking the boxes and getting it over with, or you can actually take that time to really spend to talk to your employees about how well they're doing in what areas and suggestions of areas of improvement. You can actually use that document, or you can turn it around and just say, whatever, it's something I've got to do and I'll be done with it. And I just want to make sure we can use this. I mean, like, this comes out of this as being something that's really usable.
And rather than an annual city Oscars, we could always do an annual city roast.
Hate roasts, unless they're meat.
Absolutely. I just think it would be nice to have an event with all 5 counselors and staff and honor them.
No,
and
no,
other
no,
cities do that, and like you said, a roast, trophies, whatever it is. But I know other cities do sometimes have an annual kind of city council gets together with employees, and recognizes the folks for the year.
Do we still have that group, Chrissy, that has done a lot of these innovative things? Are they still in formation, or has that?
So there are a lot of team people who are still here. There are a few who are not here, but we still do have, we're not formally meeting and haven't met for a while. But I feel like there are a lot of people who were on that team that would be interested in reconvening. But I'm
Because you guys are the
speaking
ones that
out of
organized
turn.
that employee day where we all like internally we go over to Carver and we look at what all the departments are doing. They're doing good stuff to create the day. It's all by that same group of folks, right?
Yeah, they were subcommittees. A lot of people, not a lot, but some of the people who were in charge of a few of those events are not here, but certainly we could pick it up.
I just sense that the staff who were involved were really energized by some of those initiatives, so.
I agree.
And I think we're getting maybe a little bit off track with the how to make sure we're implementing things, but to put the come to agreement on, because we're gonna have to do the same thing for the goals and objectives, right? And so just keep that in mind, maybe.
Yeah, thank you for that. So I'm looking at the time. We've got 10 minutes before public comment section. We're going to spend that time looking at excellence and respect and recapping the day and prepping for the next meeting. So do you have any comments about the language around excellence or respect? Just as an overview, knowing that we will revisit this the next time we get together, with concrete language being the outcome that we're going for.
And I'm sure that we can put excellence somewhere, and I would recommend, advocate, suggest ever that equity has to end up on this chart somewhere, and that this is probably the best place to replace it.
Was there some discussion earlier of respect and potentially encompassing equity, or that sort of what the intentions of like respect was developed, sort of connecting with that now? That was discussed earlier briefly.
Well, the way it's worded now, equity is included in respect, though, in sort of the third sentence. It says we promote diversity and equity and are mindful of the culture and history of our organization, the city, and our community.
And I can definitely see this respect category tying with some of the components I would have seen in an equity. Circle.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that the word respect describes the sentences that follow it. So I do feel like that describes equity better than it does respect.
Do you hear my kids? They sound like they're charging bulls on the other room. Sorry about that.
So we're on excellence right now?
Yeah, we're kind of covering both.
So to speak.
The last
So
two.
what if excellence became collaboration? Remember, I was jumping over to that earlier.
Yeah, I really like collaboration in the mix.
And I think that first line, it says we provide excellent services. I think it could say we provide service with excellence. The services are going to happen anyway, but it's the way we provide those services that makes it excellent.
I don't know where it ends up, but I mean, the piece of excellence in terms of measuring outcomes and trying to strive to achieve and measure outcomes is important somewhere. I don't know. I just think that's obviously an important organizational value.
And there was Chrissy had collaboration and accountability, and Heather had accountability too. And I think accountability is a good value to have, and especially when we're talking about the, accountability to the public, accountability to each other, that can fit there, but also in response to ensuring that we are using, accountable to the resources, accountability to the decision, making the decisions, without quickly executing them and not necessarily changing course just because we, get some new feedback that's been coming up since we've been, on council, and Lloyd brought that up today too. So, but I do like the services with excellence versus I have that.
I'm admittedly fading.
I'm sorry.
I'm admittedly fading, my brain.
It's okay. Hang in for like another 5 minutes and then it's public comment time. So as we've been talking about excellence and respect, are there any other comments about either of those? And then we'll frame up how we want to move forward.
Well, it seems to me if you wanted to change the title of respect to equity, you could change the third sentence to say something like, we promote diversity and are respectful of the culture and history of our organization. That's a way to embody the notion of respect while changing the title to equity and putting equity in a prominent place.
Any other comments? Okay, so as we move forward, our next meeting will include looking, if you look at the rest of this document, it has like a 1-sentence vision statement where it says to be one community filled with opportunity, the mission being we provide services that promote equity and an excellent quality of life in our community. So as we move forward, I want you to consider if that language is sufficient and for where you are now and where you want to be 10 years from now. And if not, what is the vision? And what is the mission? So you do some individual wordsmithing, we'll come together and compare and make a decision on each of these. You all we've done 2 parallel processes, which may have seemed confusing. One where we were looking at the language as is and seeing what we would change, and then also looking at it at a higher level to say, are these the values that we want to promote? So the next time we come together will be the conversation that will solidify what the values are that you all will select. whether you'll stick with 5. Will they be the same 5? Will they be different? Will there be more? Will there be fewer? All of those questions will be answered in our next session. But your homework is to be thinking about that and be able to hit the ground running with what you would support. And then we'll have a conversation where we will move toward consensus. Does anybody have any questions about that? So as you look back on the day, and what we've come through, we've taken a look at what you all are proud of, what you had some regrets about, that led us into a conversation about the environment that you find yourself in while you're making these decisions. Moving into the analysis of what your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats are. And getting a little bit aspirational in thinking about that headline 10 years from now. So all of that moved us into this conversation where you all are thinking about what the values are for the organization. So with all of those different conversations are feeding into the specific language that you all will come up with, moving into coming up with that strategic plan that will be actionable by both you and the staff that serve with you. So that's my summation and overview of where we've been. Does anybody have any questions or comments about today's session that you'd like to offer at this time?
I'd like to say thank you. I think it was a really great day.
Thank you for that feedback.
Just echo that, and I think it's been productive, and I think especially at this point, this process is really important for us as a city council and for the community, and I think it's been productive, and I think we're moving in a positive direction, and yeah.
Well, I want to thank you all for your engagement through the entire process. I know this is an important process, and you all have lots of meetings all the time. And so sometimes it's hard to be engaged, but I appreciate the way you all leaned in and participated throughout. And so your success is my success. So thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Mayor Walker for the public comments section. And Wheeler, you all have the floor.
Thank you, and thank you for all that you've done today. And Brian, we can open it up for public comment.
Great. We've got 13 people in the audience right now. If you'd like to give City Council feedback on the strategic plan, just click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. We've got one hand raised right now. Jeanette Abinader. Jeanette, you're on the City Council. Can you hear us?
Hi, yes, this is Jeanette. I didn't even mean to raise my hand, but thank you for calling me, and I do have things to share.
Great, go ahead.
First of all, thank you all for committing so much of your time and energy and good thought into this important process. As you know, according to the latest 2020 projections for Charlottesville, 17% of our residents, 1 in 6, are food insecure, and they lack access to sufficient quality of affordable, nutritious food. This trend outpaces what's common in Virginia across the state, and it's only getting more significant of a gap because of the pandemic. We are excited to be partnering with the City Council for the Food Equity Initiative, which is integrating food equity practices in the city's comprehensive plan, as well as in various departments. And we'd like to suggest that the strategic plan also consider food as one of the primary values, human rights that we have for our community in a similar way that housing is highlighted. So a few specific suggestions, your conversation today really focusing on some of those values that guide and direct it. We would really like to encourage equity, not just in terms of diversity, but equity in terms of system structures to be woven throughout each of the goals. And so, for example, right now, goal 1, I believe, is the only goal that articulates that clearly. And we'd like to suggest that each of the goals articulate equity, not just food equity, but across the board. And in addition to that, we feel that food equity specifically addresses each of the goals in self-sufficiency, health and safety, urban agriculture, et cetera. And not just, we feel there's been like a huge swell of support for emergency food efforts since COVID happened, and these are all critical. In fact, we've pivoted some of our own resources towards this, but we'd like to make a distinction between emergency food relief and equitable food systems. And so that a strategic plan should really focus on setting up these systems that can create equitable paying jobs in the food system, that can create strategies for the school to provide healthy school foods, et cetera, across all of those. We have some specific suggestions around the thing that will, around each of your goals that we'll send in, but wanted to just highlight that self-sufficiency around food equity is really important. Having people have this space to grow their own food, as well as make decisions on how they can purchase food. Health and safety, to include language around food equity in there. It's one of the critical social determinants of health is our food. And then finally, in safe spaces, to add urban agriculture as a core consideration for a strategic plan. So once again, thank you for your attention and for your partnership on these important issues.
Thank you.
Anyone else who would like to speak to council can click the raise hand icon. Mayor Walker, it doesn't appear we have any other takers.
All right, well, I agree with Councilor Hill that we've done a lot today and it's been long enough. So I don't think we should try to fill this time with anything else. But I do appreciate all of your efforts, everyone. And again, thank Dr. Kozar for her willingness to go through this process and lead us through this process. And I'm sure that we'll be sending out, we have the 2-week break in between the next session. And I'm sure we'll regroup and figure out what we need to be working on during that space and send that out in an email. I do want, whether we get together as an entire council or just 2 counselors, if we don't want the entire council, or I'm sure we can schedule a meeting, is if we could do this process with the directors so that when they join, we've already, at least everyone will be, caught up. So Mr. Blair, if that's something that you think we could work on, then I think that would be helpful.
Well, and Ms. Hamill, she's still on the call, and Mr. Oberdorfer and Ms. Shelton, I think what might be appropriate might be at the next lead team meeting for our group to go over what was discussed today and also present these questions to all the directors at that meeting, if that's amenable with council. Okay. We will do so.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, everybody, for your participation.
Thank you, and everybody have a good evening.
Thank you.
Bye.
Good night.
Two.